What if Harry Potter had marriage debt? Taken by Ainz to Nazarick. Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter had marriage debt? Taken by Ainz to Nazarick. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The debt comes due. Harry's wand was already in his hand before he fully understood why. 1 second he'd been standing in Grimmauld Place's kitchen, staring at a cup of tea that had gone cold an hour ago. The next, every ward in the house screamed simultaneously, not the sharp alarm of intrusion, but something deeper. Something that felt like the house itself was afraid. What the air in front of him split open. Not like apparition. Not like flu. This was a tear, ragged and wrong, edges burning with symbols he'd never seen in any textbook, any ancient tome, any fever dream. The symbols pulsed gold, then black, then a color that hurt to look at. Harry didn't hesitate. He cast 3 shield charms in rapid succession, layered them with a Protego Maxima, and was already moving toward the door when the pull hit him. It grabbed his magic first. Not his body, his magic. Every ounce of power he'd cultivated through war and survival suddenly belonged to something else, something that yanked it toward that impossible tier like a fish on a hook. No. Harry dug his heels in, pumping raw will into resistance. He'd fought off Voldemort's possession. He'd broken the Imperius. He'd walked to his own death and walked back. He was not getting dragged into some random portal like a first-year stumbling into a vanishing cabinet. The pull doubled. His feet left the ground. Creature. Harry roared, but the house elf didn't appear. Couldn't appear. The magic flooding the room was too thick, too foreign, too old. Harry's shields shattered one by one. His wand hand shook as he tried to cast anything, everything, but his spells fizzled the moment they left the wood. The last thing he saw was the kitchen ceiling. The last thing he thought was, not again. Not another bloody prophecy. Then darkness took him, and Harry Potter vanished from his world entirely. Cold stone beneath his cheek. That was the first thing. Cold, smooth, polished stone that smelled faintly of dust and something else, something like ozone after lightning, but thicker. Heavier. Harry didn't move. Didn't open his eyes. He'd woken up in enemy territory before. He knew the drill. Assess first. React second. His wand was still in his hand. Good. His body hurt, but nothing felt broken. Also good. He could hear movement, footsteps, multiple sets, different weights. At least 5 people nearby. Maybe more. And voices. Low, murmured, speaking a language he didn't recognize. Then one voice cut through clearly, and it spoke English with a cadence that raised every hair on Harry's neck. He is awake. His heartbeat changed. Bugger. Harry's eyes snapped open as he rolled, wand up, shield charm already forming, and he froze. He was in a throne room. That was the only word for it. Massive didn't begin to cover it. The ceiling vanished into darkness far above. The walls were lined with banners bearing a symbol he didn't recognize, some kind of twisted insignia that looked like it belonged in a nightmare. Torches burned with flames that didn't flicker, casting steady light across a floor so polished Harry could see his own reflection staring back at him with wild eyes. But the room wasn't what stopped him. The people did. No. Not people. Harry had seen enough dark creatures to know the difference. To his left, a woman in a white dress, silver hair cascading past her waist, with a face so beautiful it circled back to terrifying. Her eyes were red. Not irritated red. Crimson. Like fresh blood. To his right, something that looked like a bipedal insect covered in frost, easily 8 feet tall, holding a weapon that hurt to look at directly. Behind him, he could feel them without looking, more presences. Powerful ones. A pair of dark elf children? No, not children, the magic coming off them was ancient. Something with too many tails. Something that radiated enough malice to make Voldemort seem cuddly. And directly ahead, on a throne carved from what looked like obsidian and bone, sat a skeleton. Not a skeleton wearing robes. Not an inferius animated by dark magic. A skeleton. In elaborate dark robes trimmed with gold and purple, a staff across its lap, empty eye sockets filled with points of red light that were currently fixed directly on Harry. The skeleton tilted its head. That was somehow worse than anything else. "Harry James Potter," the skeleton said, and its voice resonated through the chamber like a bass note played on reality itself. "Welcome to the great tomb of Nazarick. I am Ainz, and you are here to fulfill the debt your bloodline owes to me." Harry's brain short-circuited for about half a second. Then his mouth engaged before his survival instincts could stop it. "Right. Yeah. Sure." Harry didn't lower his wand. "A talking skeleton in a Halloween costume just kidnapped me to talk about debts. Is this a wizard mafia thing? Because I've got to tell you, the Gringotts goblins already tried that, and they ended up losing a dragon." Silence. The beautiful silver-haired woman's eye twitched. The frost insect made a sound that might have been a growl. One of the presences behind Harry took a step forward. But the skeleton, Ainz, raised one bony hand, and everyone stopped. "You are either very brave," Ainz said slowly, "or very foolish. I've been told both." Harry's heart was hammering, but he kept his voice steady. "Usually at the same time. Look, I don't know what debt you're talking about. I don't know you. I've never heard of you. And I definitely didn't agree to get yanked through some nightmare portal into," he glanced around. "Whatever this place is. So how about you explain what's going on before I start testing whether skeletons are flammable?" More silence. Then the frost insect spoke, its voice like grinding ice. "Lord Ainz. Allow me to discipline this insolent, no, Cositus." Ainz's tone was calm. Almost curious. His reaction is unexpected. But not unwelcome. The red points of light that served as eyes seemed to narrow. "You truly do not know." "Know what?" Ainz stood. The motion was fluid, nothing like the jerky movements Harry associated with animated bones. When the skeleton walked down the steps from his throne, his robes trailing behind him, every creature in the room bowed their heads except Harry. Harry kept his wand trained directly at center mass. Not that he knew if skeletons had center mass. "Did you aim for the skull? The ribcage?" He really should have paid more attention in defense class. Ainz stopped 3 feet away. Up close, Harry could see that the skeleton's bones weren't normal, they had a faint glow to them, an iridescent sheen that suggested power far beyond anything Harry had encountered. The robes were intricately embroidered with gold thread that formed patterns that seemed to shift when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. 800 years ago, Ainz said, a wizard of your bloodline stood in a place between worlds. He was dying. His family was dying. An enemy had cursed them all, and nothing in his world could save them. Ainz gestured, and suddenly the air between them shimmered. An image formed, a man in old-fashioned robes, haggard, desperate, kneeling before something Harry couldn't quite see. He called out to any power that would listen. He offered anything. Everything. Harry's stomach dropped. No. Something answered. The image shifted, showing the man signing something. A contract. With blood. That something was a being from this world. A being of immense power who saved the Potter line in exchange for a single promise: when the debt came due, the Potter of that age would belong to the Crore. In marriage. Bound by magic older than either of our worlds. That's insane. That is what your ancestor agreed to. I didn't agree to anything. The debt passes through blood. Ainz's tone was matter-of-fact. Almost apologetic. Almost. It has nothing to do with your consent. The magic activated when the conditions were met. When the Crore, me, was ready to claim what was owed. Harry's mind raced. Marriage debt. Bloodline contracts. He'd heard of old pure-blood families using similar magic, binding future generations to agreements they never consented to. It was barbaric. It was illegal under modern magical law. And if this skeleton was telling the truth, his idiot ancestor had signed one with a being from another world. That's, Harry started. Lord Ainz. The silver-haired woman stepped forward, barely contained fury in her voice. This human dares to speak to you with such disrespect. He should be, Albedo. Ainz didn't raise his voice, but Albedo stopped mid-sentence like she'd hit a wall. I will handle this. The woman, Albedo, visibly swallowed her anger. Her bow was stiff. As you command, Lord Ainz. Harry filed that away. Ainz controlled them. Completely. One word and they stopped. That was useful information. Also terrifying. You're telling me, Harry said slowly, that some great-great-whatever grandfather sold me into marriage. To a skeleton. In a death fortress. And I'm just supposed to accept that? I am telling you the facts. Ainz turned, robes swirling. What you accept or reject is irrelevant. The magic is already complete. You are bound to me, Harry Potter. You cannot leave this world. You cannot break the contract. You cannot die while the debt exists, I know, because I have studied the terms extensively. He looked back over his shoulder. You are, for all practical purposes, mine. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He couldn't leave. He couldn't break free. He couldn't even die. For one horrible moment, Harry was back in the forest, walking toward Voldemort, accepting death. That resignation. That trapped, suffocating sense of having no choices left. Then something else rose up. Something that had gotten him through 7 years of being the wizarding world's pawn. Rage. No. Harry's magic flared. Not controlled, not channeled, just raw power bleeding off him in waves that made the flames on the torches flicker. The creatures around the room shifted, weapons appearing, stances changing. But Harry didn't care. I don't care what my ancestor signed. I don't care what ancient magic says. I've broken prophecies. I've beaten dark lords. I've walked through death and come back. Harry took a step forward, and Ainz actually took a step back. You want to claim me? Claim me? Like I'm property? The contract, stuff your contract. Harry's wand hand was shaking, but his voice was steel. You want a war? I'll give you a war. I'll burn this tomb to the ground. I'll destroy everything you care about. I'll make Voldemort look like a warm-up ACT. Because I am done being someone else's destiny. The room crackled with tension. Albedo's hand was on her weapon. Cositus had his massive blade raised. The presences behind Harry were moving, surrounding him. And Ainz. Ainz laughed. It wasn't a cruel laugh. Wasn't mocking. It was surprised. Genuine. Almost delighted. Magnificent, the skeleton said softly. Absolutely magnificent. Harry blinked. That was not the response he'd expected. Lord Ainz. Albedo looked as confused as Harry felt. Look at him, Albedo. Ainz gestured toward Harry. Surrounded by beings who could destroy him without effort. Trapped in a world he doesn't understand. Bound by magic he cannot break. And his response is to threaten me. The red lights in those eye sockets seem to glow brighter. When was the last time anyone threatened me? When was the last time anyone faced the Supreme Being's power and chose defiance over supplication? He should be punished for his insolence. Albedo insisted. He should be admired for it. Ainz turned back to Harry, and there was something in his posture that Harry couldn't quite read. "You are not what I expected, Harry Potter." The text suggested the Potter bloodline produced powerful wizards. They did not mention that the Potters were also insane. "It's a family trait," Harry said flatly. "So I see." Ainz waved a hand, and the hostile atmosphere in the room shifted. "Not gone, but muted. Lower your weapons. He is not our enemy." "But Lord Ainz," Cocytus began. "He is my husband," Ainz said, and the word hung in the air like a guillotine blade. "By the terms of the contract, harming him is harming me. Is that understood?" The floor guardians exchanged glances. Then, one by one, they bowed. "As you command, Lord Ainz," they said in unison. Harry's wand was still up. "I'm not your husband. The magic says otherwise." "The magic can go, I know." Ainz cut him off before he could finish. "Believe me, I know. This situation is not what I would have chosen either." For a moment, something flickered in those red eyes. Something almost like weariness. "I did not bring you here to force you into anything, Harry Potter. The contract activated on its own when conditions were met. I merely inherited the debt from the being my guild replaced in this world." Harry's brow furrowed. "Guild? A complicated explanation for another time." Ainz gestured to someone behind Harry. "For now, you will be given quarters. You will be treated as an honored guest. Your status as my," a pause, "consort will be explained to you in full once you have rested. I don't want quarters. I want to go home." "That is not possible." "Make it possible. It is beyond my power." And something in Ainz's voice made Harry believe him. "The contract anchors you to this world. To me. Until the debt is satisfied, you cannot leave." Harry's jaw clenched. "And how is the debt satisfied?" "That," Ainz said, "is what I have been trying to determine for the past 300 years. The original terms are vague." 300, how long have you known about this?" "I became aware of the contract when I arrived in this world. I have spent considerable resources attempting to understand it. To find loopholes. To prepare for the day it activated." Ainz spread his hands. "But the magic is older than this reality. Older than my power. I am, in this matter, as trapped as you." Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to rage. But something in the skeleton's posture, the slight slump of shoulders, the way those bony fingers curled, told him Ainz wasn't lying. They were both screwed. "Fine." Harry finally lowered his wand. Didn't put it away, he wasn't stupid, but lowered it. "I'll play along. For now. But I want answers. Real answers. And I want to see this contract myself. That can be arranged. And I want to know why a skeleton is claiming to be my husband." A beat of silence. Then, "Ah. Yes. That." Ainz touched his own skull with one bony hand. "I was not always this. It is a long story. Apparently I've got time." Harry's voice was acid. "Since I can't leave or die." "Indeed you do." Ainz turned to Albedo. "Escort our guest to the royal suite on the 9th floor. Ensure he has everything he needs." Albedo's expression was that of someone being asked to swallow broken glass, but she bowed. "As you command, Lord Ainz." Harry didn't move. "I can walk myself. You would be lost within minutes." The great tomb of Nazarick has over 2,000 rooms spread across 10 floors. Many of them are designed to kill intruders. Ainz's tone was almost casual. "The floor guardians and area guardians will not harm you because I have commanded it. But the automated defenses do not recognize verbal orders. Albedo will ensure you reach your destination safely." "And if I don't trust her?" Albedo's eye twitched again. Then you may wander the halls and test your luck against traps designed to destroy beings far more powerful than yourself. Ainz settled back onto his throne. The choice is yours. Harry looked at Albedo. Albedo looked at Harry. The mutual dislike was instant and absolute. Fine. Harry started walking toward the door. Let's go, then. This way, human. Albedo swept past him, not waiting to see if he followed. Harry followed, because his options were limited and he knew it. But as he passed through the massive throne room doors, he looked back once. Ainz was watching him. Those red points of light hadn't moved. Harry didn't know what he'd gotten into. Didn't know how he'd get out. Didn't know if out was even possible. But he knew one thing, he was not going to break. Not for prophecies. Not for contracts. Not for skeleton overlords in death fortresses. The doors closed behind him with a boom that echoed through his bones. The halls of Nazarick were exactly as cheerful as Harry expected, which meant not at all. Stone walls. Dim lighting. The occasional grotesque statue that Harry was about 80% sure was actually a frozen monster waiting to activate. Albedo walked 3 steps ahead, her posture radiating contempt without her having to say a word. Harry kept his wand in hand and his eyes moving. So, he said after 5 minutes of tense silence, you're clearly not happy about this. Albedo's stride didn't falter. My feelings are irrelevant. They're really not, though. You looked ready to kill me back there. I am always ready to kill. It is part of my function. Charming. They turned a corner. More stone. More torches. A pair of skeletal guards that saluted Albedo as she passed. You should know, Albedo said without looking back, that your presence here changes nothing. Changes nothing about what? Lord Ainz's affections. Now she did glance back, and her crimson eyes were cold. You may be bound to him by some ancient contract, but you will never have his heart. That belongs to Nazarick. To the supreme beings. To me. Harry's eyebrows shot up. Wait. Are you saying you're in love with him? Albedo stopped walking. Harry stopped too, because the sudden temperature drop in the hallway suggested that insulting her feelings would be a very bad idea. Lord Ainz is everything, Albedo said, each word precise as a knife cut. He is the last supreme being. The master of Nazarick. The ruler who stayed when all others abandoned us. My devotion to him is absolute. Eternal. And no jumped-up wizard from a backwater world will change that. Harry processed this. Then, because he'd never learned to keep his mouth shut, that sounds really unhealthy, actually. Albedo's wings, she had wings, he noticed now, black and feathered and previously hidden beneath her dress, flared outward. Her hand went to a weapon Harry hadn't seen her carrying. I could destroy you, she hissed. Contract or no contract, I could, but you won't. Harry didn't step back. Because he told you not to. And apparently your whole identity revolves around doing what he says. Albedo's face contorted. For a moment, Harry genuinely thought she might attack him anyway. Then she laughed. It wasn't a nice laugh. It was the laugh of someone imagining creative ways to make you suffer. Oh, I see, she said. You're trying to provoke me. To make me break Lord Ainz's command so you can use it against me. She shook her head, composing herself with visible effort. You are clever. I'll give you that. But cleverness will not save you here. It saved me plenty of times before. This is not your world. Albedo resumed walking, wings folding back. Your cleverness, your magic, your defiance, none of it matters in Nazarick. Here, Lord Ainz's word is law. And his word is that you are to be treated as an honored guest. She glanced back, a poisonous smile on her beautiful face. So I will treat you with honor. I will ensure your comfort. I will answer your questions and fulfill your needs. And I will wait. Wait for what? For you to fail. For Lord Ainz to tire of you. For this contract to prove itself a mere technicality. Her smile widened. And then, when you are no longer protected, we will see how brave you are. Harry matched her smile with one of his own. Looking forward to it. They stared at each other for a long moment. Then Albedo turned and continued walking, and Harry followed, and neither of them said another word until they reached his quarters. The royal suite turned out to be less a room and more a small palace. Harry stood in the doorway, taking in the massive bed, canopied, silk sheets, enough pillows to drown in, the sitting area, complete with couches that probably cost more than the entire Desley house, the bookshelves, floor to ceiling, filled with tomes in languages Harry didn't recognize, and the bathroom, visible through an open door, featuring a tub that could double as a swimming pool. "This is a bit much," he said. "It is the accommodation befitting Lord Ainz's consort." Albedo's tone was flat. "If you require anything, pull the bell cord. A servant will attend you." "Right. You are not to leave these rooms without escort. You are not to attempt magic on the structure of the tomb. You are not to contact anyone outside Nazarick." Albedo ticked off each prohibition with a raised finger. "Violation of these rules will be noted." Noted by whom? By everyone. She stepped back, one hand on the door. "Rest well, Harry Potter. Tomorrow, Lord Ainz has requested your presence for a formal explanation of your situation. I suggest you use the time to accept your new reality." "My new reality as a skeleton's bride?" Albedo's eye twitched for the third time. Harry was starting to enjoy that twitch. "As Lord Ainz's consort." She said it through gritted teeth. "Good night." The door closed. Harry heard locks engaging, multiple locks, heavy ones. He was alone. For a long moment, Harry just stood there, taking stock. His wand was still in hand. His magic felt weird, not gone, but different, like it was running through unfamiliar channels. The room was luxurious but definitely a prison. And somewhere out there, a skeleton who claimed to be his husband was probably planning something. Harry walked to the window. There wasn't actually a view, just more stone wall, suggesting this room was deep underground. But the window existed, which meant someone had thought to include it. A gesture toward normalcy in a place that was anything but. "Okay," Harry said to himself. "Okay. Think. Facts, he was in another world. Bound by an ancient contract. Married to an undead overlord. Surrounded by monsters who wanted him dead but were restrained by said overlord's commands. Unknowns, how the contract actually worked. What Ainz really wanted. Whether escape was possible. What satisfying the debt actually meant. Assets, his magic, weird but present. His wand, still working. His brain, debatable. His complete inability to accept defeat, definitely an asset. Harry started pacing. He'd been in bad situations before. Philosopher's Stone. Chamber of Secrets. Prisoner of Azkaban. Triwizard Tournament. The Ministry. The Astronomy Tower. The whole bloody war. Every time, he'd found a way through. This was just another problem to solve. Step 1, Information. He needed to understand the contract. Understand this world. Understand Ainz. Step 2, Allies. Albedo was a write-off, but there had been others in that throne room. The frost insect, Cocytus, had seemed almost honorable. The dark elf children had been curious rather than hostile. Maybe he could work with that. Step 3, Magic. His magic felt different here, but it was still his. He needed to test it, figure out what worked and what didn't, see if this world's rules changed anything. Step 4, Escape. Or, if escape was truly impossible, renegotiation. Ainz had seemed almost reasonable. Or at least not actively malicious. Maybe there was room to maneuver. Harry stopped by the bookshelves. Most of the titles were unreadable, but a few were in English, or whatever translation magic was operating. He pulled one out at random. The Hierarchies of Nazarick, a complete guide to floor guardians and area guardians. Useful. He pulled another. Marriage Customs of the Supreme Beings, Sacred Bonds and Ceremonial Protocols. Even more useful. Harry settled onto one of the absurdly comfortable couches, books in hand, and started reading. If he was going to be trapped here, he was going to be the most informed trapped person in the history of dimensional kidnapping. 3 hours later, Harry had learned several things. 1. Nazarick had been created as some kind of game. A guild base in a world called Yggdrasil. The Supreme Beings were players, humans, apparently, who had built this tomb as their headquarters. Then something happened, and the tomb became real, transported to this new world with only one player inside, Ainz. 2. The floor guardians were programmed to be loyal. Literally programmed, their personalities, their abilities, even their emotional attachments had been designed by the Supreme Beings. Albedo's obsession with Ainz wasn't natural. It had been written into her. Harry didn't know how to feel about that. It was horrifying, yes. But also, sad. Albedo couldn't help her feelings any more than Harry could help being bound by a contract. They were both victims of forces beyond their control. Not that he was going to tell her that. 3. The Marriage Customs book was both enlightening and disturbing. Apparently, among the Supreme Beings, marriage had been a big deal, formal ceremonies, exchange of items, public declarations. But there was nothing about forced contracts. Nothing about cross-dimensional debts. Whatever had bound Harry to Ainz wasn't part of Nazarick's original design. It was older. Different. 4. The contract itself wasn't in any of these books. Harry had searched every shelf, every drawer, every suspicious-looking compartment. Nothing. Which meant Ainz had it. Or someone Ainz trusted had it. Harry needed to see that contract. He was about to start another search when a knock came at the door. Not Albedo's knock, this one was lighter, almost tentative. Harry grabbed his wand. Come in. The door opened to reveal one of the dark elf children from the throne room. The one with lighter hair, a girl, Harry thought, though it was hard to tell. She was carrying a tray laden with food that smelled incredible. Hi. The girl's voice was cheerful, completely at odds with the general atmosphere of Nazarick. I'm Aura. I brought you dinner. Behind her, the other dark elf, same face, darker hair, clearly her twin, hung back nervously. That's Mare, Aura added, gesturing. He wanted to come too but he's shy. I am not shy. Mare protested, face flushing. I just didn't want to intrude. Harry blinked. These two were nothing like Albedo. They seemed almost normal. Thanks, he said carefully, stepping aside. You can put it on the table. Aura bounced into the room with an energy that reminded Harry painfully of Tonks. She set the tray down and immediately started examining everything like she was cataloging it. Wow, Albedo really went all out. This is the good silverware. And these sheets are from the treasury. She looked at Harry with bright, curious eyes. So you're really Lord Ainz's husband? That's so weird. He's never been married before. None of the Supreme Beings got married while we knew them. Aura. Mare hissed from the doorway. You can't just, what? It's a legitimate question. Aura plopped onto one of the couches, completely at home. Everyone's talking about it. Shaltir thinks it's a plot. Demiurge thinks it's a test. Cositus thinks you're honorable because you didn't grovel. And Albedo thinks you're trying to steal Lord Ainz away. I'm not trying to steal anyone, Harry said. I didn't even want to be here. Yeah, that's what Demiurge said you'd say. Aura tilted her head. He also said that's exactly what a master manipulator would say to seem innocent. I'm not a master manipulator either. That's also what a master manipulator would say. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. Is there anything I could say that Demiurge wouldn't interpret as manipulation? Aura thought about it. Probably not. He's really smart. Like, scary smart. He figures out what Lord Ainz is planning even when Lord Ainz doesn't say anything. What if Lord Ainz isn't planning anything? Aura and Mare exchanged a look. Then they both laughed. That's funny, Aura said. Lord Ainz is always planning something. He's the supreme being. His mind works on levels we can't even comprehend. Harry filed that away too. So Ainz had a reputation as a mastermind. Interesting. Can I ask you something? Harry sat across from Aura, keeping his wand visible but not threatening. Sure. The contract that brought me here, have you ever seen it? Do you know where it's kept? Aura's expression flickered. That's probably something you should ask Lord Ainz about. I'm asking you. Yeah, but... She glanced at Mare, who shook his head frantically. Look, we're not supposed to talk about supreme being stuff without permission. It's a rule. Whose rule? Lord Ainz. Of course it was. What can you tell me? Harry pressed. About this place. About Ainz. About what happens now. Aura chewed her lip. Well. Lord Ainz is nice. Not like, soft nice, but fair nice. He doesn't hurt us unless we really mess up, and even then he tries to fix things instead of just punishing. He remembers everyone's names. He asks about our days sometimes. She smiled. And he gave me and Mare our positions himself. 6th floor guardians. We protect the amphitheater. He sounds. Harry searched for the word. Not what I expected. People always expect him to be scary because he's an undead and he's super powerful. And he can be scary, you should have seen what he did to that kingdom that attacked us. But mostly he's just. Lord Ainz. Aura shrugged. He does what's best for Nazarick. Always. And what's best for Nazarick right now? I don't know. Maybe that's why you're here. It wasn't much, but it was something. Ainz cared about his subordinates. Treated them fairly. Wasn't just a tyrant ruling through fear. That made things more complicated, not less. I should go, Aura said, hopping off the couch. Albedo will be mad if she finds out we visited. She said not to bother you. You're not bothering me. Tell her that. Aura grabbed Mare's hand and dragged him toward the door. Bye, Harry. Good luck with the marriage thing. Welcome to Nazarick, Mare added quietly, before Aura pulled him out. The door closed. Harry looked at the tray of food. It looked incredible, roasted meat, vegetables, bread, some kind of golden drink. He cast every detection spell he knew. Not poisoned. Not enchanted. Just, food. He ate. It was delicious. And as he chewed, he thought about Aura's words. He does what's best for Nazarick. Always. The question was, what did that mean for Harry? Sleep didn't come easy. The bed was comfortable, too comfortable, if anything. But every time Harry closed his eyes, he saw that tear in reality opening in his kitchen. Felt that pull on his magic. Heard Ainz's voice echoing through the throne room. You are, for all practical purposes, mine. Harry rolled over, staring at the ceiling. He'd been owned before. By Dumbledore's plans. By Voldemort's obsession. By the wizarding world's expectations. Every time, he'd found a way to take control back. This had to be the same. Eventually, exhaustion won. Harry drifted into an uneasy sleep. And he dreamed. In the dream, he was standing in a void. Not darkness, void. No light, no shadow, no anything. Just endless nothing stretching in every direction. Harry Potter. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Deep. Ancient. Wrong in ways Harry couldn't articulate. Who's there? The one who brokered the deal. A shape began to form in the void, not a person, not a creature, but something between. A mass of shadows and eyes and teeth that smiled without a mouth. The one who answered your ancestors' call. The one who set this all in motion. Harry's hand went to where his wand should be. It wasn't there. The contract, he said. You created it. I enabled it. Your ancestors' desperation did the rest. The thing drifted closer. Such a simple bargain. A bloodline saved. A soul owed. Generation after generation, the debt accumulated. And now, here you are. What do you want? What I am owed. The smile widened. The skeleton who claims you is not the original Crore. He inherited the debt when his guild supplanted the being I originally contracted with. But inheritance does not change the terms. Does not reduce what is due. Harry's skin crawled. And what's due? More than a marriage. The thing laughed, and the sound was like nails on glass. So much more. But that is for later. For now, watch. Wait. And remember, the debt collector always collects. The void shattered. Harry woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, heart pounding. Dawn light, fake dawn light, since they were underground, crept through the useless window. Harry sat up slowly, running a hand through his hair. Ainz had said the contract was old. Older than his power. Now Harry understood what he meant. There was something else. Something behind the contract. Something that was waiting. And whatever it was, it wanted more than just Harry's marriage. It wanted everything. Harry was dressed and ready when the knock came the next morning. Not Aura this time. Not Albedo either. The creature that entered was humanoid, wearing a butler's uniform, with silver hair and a pleasant smile that didn't reach its eyes. Good morning, Mr. Potter. The voice was smooth. Cultured. I am Sebastian, head butler of Nazarick. Lord Ainz has requested your presence in his private study. Private study. Harry grabbed his wand. Not the throne room. Lord Ainz felt a more intimate setting would be appropriate for today's discussion. Sebastian's smile remained fixed. If you will follow me. Harry followed. The route took them through different corridors than yesterday, less intimidating, though still impressive. They passed servants, maids in uniforms, all of them beautiful in an uncanny way, who bowed as Sebastian walked by. You're not a guardian, Harry said as they walked. What are you? I am a creation of the supreme beings, like the guardians, but my role is different. I manage the household affairs of Nazarick. Sebastian's tone was professional. I ensure that Lord Ainz's domain runs smoothly. And what do you think of this situation? The contract. Me. Sebastian was quiet for a moment. I think, he said finally, that Lord Ainz has been alone for a very long time. And that loneliness, even for a supreme being, can be difficult. Harry glanced at him. That almost sounds like sympathy. I was created to serve. Part of service is understanding. Sebastian stopped before a large door, simpler than the throne rooms but still impressive. Lord Ainz is waiting inside. I suggest you approach him with honesty. He values that above all else. Does he? Yes. Sebastian opened the door. He has had enough of deception and manipulation to last several lifetimes. Genuine candor is rare and precious. Harry filed that away too. Then he stepped through the door, and found himself face to skull, with his unwanted husband. The study was smaller than Harry expected. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with tomes that radiated age and power. A desk sat in the center, covered in papers and scrolls. And behind it, seated in a chair that looked designed for comfort rather than intimidation, was Ainz. Without the throne room's dramatic lighting, the skeleton looked almost normal. Just a person working at a desk. If you ignored the whole animated bones thing. Harry Potter. Ainz gestured to a chair across from him. Please. Sit. Harry sat. His wand stayed in his hand. I trust your accommodations were acceptable. They were fine. Good. Ainz pushed a scroll across the desk. This is the contract. I promised you would see it. Harry grabbed it, unrolling it carefully. The text was in a language he didn't recognize, but as he looked at it, the words seemed to shift. Rearrange. Until they were in English. He read. And his blood ran cold. This doesn't say marriage, Harry said slowly. It says soul binding. It says total surrender of self. It says, yes. Ainz's voice was tired. I know what it says. This is a slave contract. In its original form, perhaps. But the being who created it is gone. Replaced. The terms have degraded over time. Ainz pointed to a section near the bottom. See there? The specifics have become vague. Binding has multiple interpretations. In the absence of the original Crow's will, the magic defaulted to the most common form of binding between two beings. Marriage. Marriage. Ainz leaned back. It was not my intention. Not my desire. But it is what the magic chose. Harry kept reading. The contract was dense, filled with clauses and subclauses and exceptions and addendums. But one thing was clear, he couldn't break it alone. The binding required both parties to dissolve it, or for the debt to be satisfied. What's the debt? Harry asked. What did my ancestor actually owe? That's the problem. Ainz's skeletal fingers drummed on the desk. The original term specified service until the balance is paid. But what balance? What service? The being who created this contract is gone. There's no one to ask. So I'm trapped in a contract with undefined terms. We are trapped. Both of us. Ainz stood, walking to a window that, unlike Harry's, showed an actual view, a vast underground cavern, lit by artificial lights, containing what looked like an entire city. I did not want this, Harry Potter. I have enough complications without adding an unwilling spouse to the list. Then let me go. I cannot. Ainz turned back, and there was something in his posture that Harry recognized. Frustration. Helplessness. The same things Harry felt. Do you think I haven't tried? 300 years I have studied this contract. 300 years I have searched for loopholes. But the magic is older than this world. Older than me. It cannot be broken by power alone. Harry's jaw clenched. So what do we do? We find another way. Ainz returned to his desk. The contract speaks of balance. Of debt. Perhaps there is a way to satisfy those terms without surrendering. He looked at Harry. You were a warrior in your world. A leader. You defeated a Dark Lord. Voldemort. Tell me about him. Harry blinked. Why? Because I am trying to understand you. Ainz's tone was matter-of-fact. If we are to be bound together, willing or not, I would prefer to know who I am bound to. And I suspect you would prefer the same. It was reasonable. Surprisingly reasonable. Harry sighed. Voldemort was a dark wizard. The worst our world had seen in generations. He wanted to rule everything, kill everyone who wasn't pure enough, live forever. I was prophesied to stop him. A prophecy. Yeah. Neither can live while the other survives. That kind of thing. And you fulfilled it. I killed him. Harry's voice was flat. After he killed my parents. My godfather. My mentor. Half my friends. I walked into a forest knowing I was going to die, let him cast the killing curse on me, and came back. Then I killed him. Silence. You died, Ainz said slowly. And returned. It's complicated. There were soul fragments. Anchors to life. But yeah. Technically, I've died once. Harry met Ainz's eyes, those red points of light that seemed to burn brighter for a moment. So if you're thinking about threatening me with death, don't bother. Been there. Done that. More silence. Then Ainz laughed. That same surprised, genuine laugh from the throne room. You are remarkable, the skeleton said. Truly remarkable. I have met countless beings in this world, heroes, kings, gods, demons. None of them have spoken to me the way you do. How do they usually speak to you? With fear. With worship. With calculated respect designed to manipulate. Ainz shook his head. You have no fear. No worship. No calculation. You simply say what you think. It gets me in trouble a lot. I imagine it does. Ainz sat back down, and something in his posture shifted. Less formal. More casual. May I tell you something, Harry Potter? Something I have not told anyone in this tomb. Harry's eyes narrowed. Okay. I was human once. The words hung in the air. I was a man named Satoru Suzuki. I lived in a world very different from this one, a world of machines and cities and pollution. I played a game called Yggdrasil. I built this tomb with my friends, my guildmates, in that game. Ainz's voice had changed. Softer. More human somehow, despite coming from a skeleton's jaw. And then, one day, the game ended. But instead of waking up, I woke up here. In this body. With all of my creations suddenly real. Harry stared. You're, from another world too. Another world. Another time, perhaps. I don't know. Ainz spread his hands. For 300 years I have been this. An undead. An overlord. A supreme being to these people who worship me. But inside. He tapped his skull. Inside, I am still Satoru. Still human. Still wondering how I ended up here and whether I will ever see my world again. Harry didn't know what to say. The others don't know, Ainz continued. They believe I am a god. That I planned everything. That my every action is part of some grand design. That tired laugh again. I am making it up as I go, Harry. Every single day. I have no idea what I'm doing. That. Harry swallowed. That sounds exhausting. It is. Ainz looked at him. Which is why, perhaps, I am telling you this. Because you are not one of my subordinates. You are not one of my enemies. You are something else entirely. And for the first time in 3 centuries, I thought, maybe I could be honest with someone. The silence stretched. Harry thought about the dream. About the thing in the void. About, the debt collector always collects. He should tell Ainz about it. Should share the warning. But something held him back. Trust was earned, not given. And no matter how reasonable Ainz seemed, Harry didn't know him yet. I appreciate the honesty, Harry said carefully. And I'll try to offer the same. But we're still strangers. We're still stuck in a situation neither of us wanted. And I'm still not okay with being anyone's consort. Nor would I expect you to be. Ainz nodded. So let us begin differently. Not as husband and husband, not as master and subordinate, but as allies. Two people trapped by the same magic, working together to find a way free. Harry considered it. It was better than what he'd expected. Better than being locked in a cell or forced into some undead harem. Ainz was offering something like partnership. Allies, Harry said slowly. I can work with that. Good. Ainz extended a skeletal hand across the desk. Harry hesitated only a moment before taking it. The bones were cold, smooth, and surprisingly firm. Then let us begin, Ainz said. Starting with everything I know about the contract, and everything you know about your family's history that might help us understand what your ancestor actually promised. Harry nodded. And for the first time since arriving in this nightmare dimension, he felt something like hope. They had a long way to go. Enemies on all sides. A mysterious debt collector lurking in the shadows. Floor guardians who wanted him dead. A magical bond that neither of them could break. But at least he wasn't alone. And that, Harry had learned, made all the difference. The next several hours were spent in research. Ainz had gathered every document related to the contract, every reference to the Potter bloodline, every scrap of information about the being who had originally brokered the deal. Harry contributed what he knew about his family, which wasn't much, thanks to Voldemort killing everyone who could have told him. But together, they found pieces. The original Crore had been something called a World Eater, a being that existed between dimensions, feeding on the connections between worlds. It had been powerful enough to answer a desperate wizard's prayer, but bound by rules of its own, it couldn't take directly, only trade. Your ancestor offered service, Ainz said, tracing a passage in one of the ancient tomes. Not his own service, that would have been consumed immediately. But the service of his bloodline. A continuing debt that would grow with each generation until the World Eater chose to collect. Why didn't it collect sooner? Because it was destroyed. Ainz turned to another page. When I arrived in this world, my presence destabilized things. The World Eater was one of several beings caught in the upheaval. Its power was absorbed into Nazarick. Into me. And with that power came its contracts. Harry's blood chilled. So the debt is yours now. The debt is yours. But the Crore that would have defined its terms is gone. Ainz looked up. Which means the magic is operating on automatic. It fulfilled the contract's basic requirements, bringing you here, binding us, but it cannot determine what would satisfy the debt because there is no one left to be satisfied. Then how do we end it? I don't know. Yet. Ainz closed the book. But I believe there is an answer. The magic wants resolution. It will seek equilibrium. We simply need to understand what form that equilibrium might take. Harry rubbed his temples. This is giving me a headache. I have had 300 years of headaches over this matter. Ainz's tone was dry. Welcome to the club. Despite everything, Harry almost smiled. Evening came, or what passed for evening in an underground tomb with no sun. Harry was escorted back to his quarters by Seabass, who mentioned that Lord Ainz had other duties to attend to but would continue their discussions tomorrow. Other duties? Nazarick is a vast domain with many concerns. Seabass's tone was professional. Lord Ainz oversees everything personally. Treaties with other nations. Defense protocols. Resource management. He rarely sleeps. Can skeletons sleep? Lord Ainz does not require sleep, no. But I believe he sometimes wishes he could. Harry thought about that as he entered his room. 300 years. No sleep. No rest. Just constant responsibility for an entire tomb full of creatures who worshipped him as a god. It sounded like a special kind of hell. The food tray was already there, delivered by someone while he was gone. Harry ate mechanically, mind churning through everything he'd learned. The contract. The World Eater. The debt that had no clear terms. And the thing in his dream. The shadow with too many eyes that had called itself the debt collector. If the original Crore was destroyed, what was that? Harry's unease grew as the night deepened. He tried to sleep, but every time he closed his eyes, he felt like something was watching. Waiting. Around midnight, he gave up. He walked to the bookshelves, pulling out more tomes, searching for any reference to debt collectors or entities that survived their original's destruction. And in a dusty volume titled Parasites of the Void, he found it. Fragments, the book called them. When a being of sufficient power is destroyed, pieces of its consciousness may survive. These fragments lack the full power of their progenitor but retain its drives, its hungers, its contracts. A fragment will seek to fulfill its original purpose at any cost, drawing power from each successful collection until it has restored itself fully. Harry's hands tightened on the book. The World Eater wasn't fully dead. A piece of it had survived. And it was coming for him. Chapter 2, The Tomb Has Rules. Harry was out the door before dawn. He'd spent the rest of the night reading, and what he'd found had killed any chance of sleep. The fragment, that piece of the World Eater still lurking somewhere between dimensions, wasn't just watching. According to the texts, fragments grew stronger by feeding on the contracts their progenitors had left behind. Every unfulfilled debt was a meal waiting to be consumed. And Harry's debt was very, very unfulfilled. The hallway outside his quarters was empty. No guards. No servants. Either Ainz trusted him more than expected, or the automated defenses Albedo had mentioned were considered sufficient. Harry bet on the second option. He moved quickly, wand in hand, keeping to the shadows. The texts had mentioned something called the Great Library of Ashurbanipal, on the 10th floor, Nazarick's repository of all knowledge. If there was information about how to deal with fragments, it would be there. Problem: he had no idea how to get to the 10th floor. Problem 2, he'd been explicitly told not to wander without escort. Harry kept walking anyway. The corridors of Nazarick were a maze. Every turn looked the same: polished stone, flickering torches, the occasional statue that was definitely watching him. Harry tried to keep track of his route, but after the 5th identical intersection, he gave up. Okay, he muttered. Point me, library. His wand spun in his palm, settling on a direction. Harry followed it. 3 turns later, he ran into Shaltir Bloodfallen. The vampire was standing in the middle of the corridor like she'd been waiting for him. Which, given her predatory smile, she probably had. Well, well. Shaltir's voice was honey over broken glass. The human goes for a stroll. How bold. Harry didn't slow down. I'm looking for the library. Are you? Shaltir fell into step beside him, her tiny frame somehow keeping pace despite Harry's longer stride. And here I thought you were looking for an early grave. Been there. Wasn't impressed. Shaltir's smile flickered. You're not afraid of me. Should I be? I could kill you in ways you cannot imagine. She said it casually, like commenting on the weather. I could drain your blood so slowly you'd feel every drop leaving your body. I could turn you into a lesser vampire, enslaved to my will for eternity. I could, but you won't. Harry kept walking. Because Ainz told you not to. Shaltir's eye twitched. It was becoming Harry's favorite reaction. You rely heavily on Lord Ainz's protection, she said. I rely on the fact that you're all terrified of disappointing him. That got a reaction. Shaltir grabbed his arm, spinning him to face her. Up close, she looked like a porcelain doll, beautiful, delicate, and absolutely lethal. We are not terrified, she hissed. We are devoted. There is a difference. Is there? Lord Ainz is everything. He is the last supreme being. The one who stayed. The one who gave us purpose. Shaltyr's grip tightened. You are nothing. A contractual obligation. A burden he must bear through no fault of his own. And the moment that contract is resolved, the moment you are no longer under his protection, you'll kill me. Yeah, I got that. Harry pulled his arm free. Get in line. There's a thing called a fragment that's probably ahead of you. Shaltyr paused. Fragment? Harry studied her face. She didn't know. Interesting. Never mind. He started walking again. Library. Which way? For a moment, Shaltyr didn't move. Then she appeared beside him again, her expression shifted from predatory to curious. You know something, she said. Something about the contract. I know a lot of things. Tell me. Why would I do that? Because, Shaltyr stopped herself. Visibly reconsidered. When she spoke again, her voice was different. Less threatening. Almost businesslike. Because if something threatens Lord Ainz, I need to know about it. My duty is to protect him. All threats. Including ones he might not see coming. Harry slowed. You actually care about him. Of course I care about him. He is my creator. My master. She cut off, something flickering across her face. He is everything. It was the same words Albedo had used. The same desperate devotion. But where Albedo's had felt possessive, Shaltyr's felt protective. Genuine. Harry made a decision. There's a piece of the thing that created the contract, he said. It survived when the original was destroyed. It's called a fragment, and according to what I read, it wants to collect on the debt personally. Which means consuming both me and Ainz. Shaltyr went very still. You're certain of this? I dreamed about it. It spoke to me. Harry met her eyes. Said, the debt collector always collects. And the books confirm that fragments are real, that they feed on unfulfilled contracts, and that they grow stronger over time. Lord Ainz needs to know. I was going to tell him. After I found out more. Tell him now. Shaltyr grabbed his arm again, but this time she was pulling him in a different direction. The library can wait. If there is a threat to Lord Ainz, he must be informed immediately. Harry let himself be dragged. Partly because arguing with a vampire seemed pointless. Partly because she was right. Whatever research he could do, Ainz could do faster with the full resources of Nazarick behind him. Time to stop playing solo. Ainz was in the throne room when they arrived, surrounded by what looked like a war council. Demiurge stood to his left, impeccable in his orange suit, adjusting his glasses with one clawed finger. Cocytus loomed to his right, massive and frost-covered, his multiple arms folded. Albedo was directly behind the throne, her expression unreadable. And around the edges of the room, Harry spotted other figures, the maid-servants, a few creatures he didn't recognize, and what looked like a dark-skinned man with pointed ears who radiated barely contained hostility. Everyone turned when Harry and Shaltyr entered. Lord Ainz. Shaltyr released Harry's arm and dropped into a bow. I bring urgent news. Ainz's red eyes shifted from Shaltyr to Harry. I see you've been exploring, Harry Potter. Despite my instructions. I found something. Harry didn't bow. Didn't apologize. Something you need to know. Albedo stepped forward. How dare you address Lord Ainz so casually after violating his direct, let him speak. Ainz raised a hand, and Albedo fell silent. What did you find? Harry told them. The throne room went quiet as he explained about the fragment, the texts he'd discovered, the dream. The floor guardians exchanged glances, some confused, some alarmed, some calculating. When he finished, Demiurge was the first to speak. Fascinating. The demon pushed his glasses up, eyes gleaming behind them. A remnant of the original Crore, surviving through sheer force of contractual obligation. The magical theory is elegant. It's not elegant, Harry snapped. It's a threat. It wants to eat both of us. Oh, I don't doubt that. I merely appreciate the mechanism. Demiurge turned to Ainz. Lord Ainz, I assume you were already aware of this possibility and chose not to share it with us as part of some grander strategy. Ainz was silent for a moment. Harry watched him, remembering their conversation yesterday. The confession that Ainz was making it up as he went. The admission that he had no grand plan. I had suspicions, Ainz said finally. But nothing confirmed. Harry's discovery provides the confirmation I needed. Demiurge nodded, satisfied. As expected of Lord Ainz. Always several steps ahead. Harry's eye twitched. Ainz had just taken CR for information Harry had brought him. But when he looked at the skeleton's posture, the slight tension, the carefully positioned hands, he understood. Ainz couldn't admit uncertainty. Not in front of his subordinates. The image of the all-knowing supreme being was too important to Nazarick's stability. Fine. Harry could play along. For now. What are your orders, Lord Ainz? Cocytus's voice was a rumble of grinding ice. How shall we prepare for this fragment? First, we need more information. Ainz stood, robes flowing. Demiurge, coordinate with the Great Library. I want every reference to fragments, world eaters, and parasitic contract entities compiled and analyzed. Prioritize methods of detection and neutralization. At once, Lord Ainz. Cocytus, increase defensive protocols on all floors. If this fragment can reach Harry through dreams, it may be able to manifest physically as well. I want Nazarick prepared for assault from within. Understood. Shaltir. Ainz's gaze shifted to the vampire. You brought this information forward despite your feelings about our guest. That showed good judgment. I am pleased. Shaltir's face lit up like she'd been handed the moon. Thank you, Lord Ainz. Continue to monitor Harry's movements. Not as a jailer, but as a guardian. If the fragment contacts him again, I want to know immediately. I will not fail you. Harry opened his mouth to protest being assigned a vampire babysitter, but Ainz's eyes met his, and something in that red gaze said trust me. Harry closed his mouth. Albedo. Ainz turned to the overseer. You will work with Harry directly. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Lord Ainz. Albedo's voice was careful. Controlled. Barely. The contract binds us together. Understanding it is crucial to understanding the fragment. Harry has knowledge of his world's magic that we lack, and he has already demonstrated an ability to find information we missed. Ainz's tone was matter-of-fact. You are my most trusted subordinate. I am assigning you to ensure he has everything he needs to continue his research. But Lord Ainz, is there a problem, Albedo? The words hung in the air. Everyone knew there was a problem. Everyone knew what it was. But admitting it would mean admitting jealousy, and admitting jealousy would mean admitting doubt in Ainz's decisions. Albedo's jaw tightened. No, Lord Ainz. There is no problem. I will ensure the human has everything he requires. Good. Ainz sat back down. Harry. Do you have anything to add? Harry considered his options. Push back against Albedo. Demand more freedom. Make a scene. No. That wasn't the play here. I want access to the library, he said. Full access. And I want it to my world. Murmurs from the assembled guardians. Ainz raised a hand, silencing them. The library can be arranged. The message. Ainz paused. That is more complicated. Communication between worlds requires significant power. It would weaken Nazarick's defenses temporarily. I know. Harry had thought about this. But there are people in my world who might be able to help. A friend of mine, Hermione, she's the smartest witch I've ever met. If anyone can find information about the original contract from my world's side, it's her. And if she cannot, then at least she'll know I'm alive. Harry's voice hardened. I'm not asking for extraction. I'm not trying to escape. I'm asking to tell my friends I haven't been murdered. Is that really too much? Ainz was quiet for a long moment. Then, we will discuss the message privately. For now, Albedo will escort you to the library. Begin your research. Report anything you find. It wasn't a yes. But it wasn't a no either. Harry nodded. Fine. This meeting is concluded. Ainz's voice echoed through the chamber. Return to your duties. Stay vigilant. The floor guardians bowed and began filing out. Harry waited until the room was mostly empty before turning to follow Albedo, who was already stalking toward a side door with murder in her eyes. Harry. He stopped. Turned back. Ainz was still on his throne, but his posture had changed. Less formal. More tired. Thank you, the skeleton said quietly. For bringing this forward. For not trying to use it as leverage. I'm not interested in leverage. I'm interested in surviving. Yes. Ainz's red eyes seemed to dim slightly. I know that feeling well. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he just nodded and followed Albedo out of the throne room. The walk to the library was tense. Albedo moved 3 steps ahead, her posture rigid, her wings occasionally twitching in what Harry assumed was agitation. Every servant they passed bowed deeply to her, and she acknowledged none of them. So, Harry said after 5 minutes of aggressive silence. This should be fun. Albedo didn't respond. I'm guessing you're not happy about this assignment. Nothing. You know, in my world, we have a saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Maybe Ainz is thinking the same thing. Put us together, we'll either learn to work together or kill each other. Either way, it's resolved. Albedo stopped walking. Harry's hand went to his wand, but she didn't attack. Instead, she turned, and her expression was complicated. Anger, yes. But also something else. Something that looked almost like pain. You don't understand anything, she said. You think this is about jealousy. About rivalry. You think I hate you because you're a threat to my position with Lord Ainz. Isn't it? It's about everything. Albedo's voice cracked, just slightly. Lord Ainz is the last supreme being. The only one who stayed. Do you know what that means? Do you understand what it was like when the others left? Harry said nothing. We were created to serve them. All of them. 41 supreme beings who built us, shaped us, gave us purpose. And one by one, they abandoned us. Left us alone in the dark, waiting for commands that never came. Albedo's hands clenched. Lord Ainz is the only one who didn't leave. The only one who stayed with us. Who gave us meaning when the others took it away. That sounds. It sounds pathetic. I know. Albedo laughed bitterly. We are creatures of programming. Of design. Our devotion was written into us before we even existed. But that doesn't make it any less real. She stepped closer, and her eyes, golden, inhuman, beautiful, burned with intensity. I love Lord Ainz. Truly. Completely. Not because I was programmed to, but because he deserves it. Because he has carried the weight of Nazarick for 300 years without complaint. Because he protects us, leads us, gives us everything we need while asking for nothing in return. Harry thought about Ainz's confession yesterday. The loneliness. The exhaustion. The constant pressure of maintaining a facade. And now, Albedo continued, some human appears. Bound by a contract Lord Ainz never agreed to. Claiming him. Taking his attention. His time. She stopped herself. Took a breath. You are a reminder that Lord Ainz is trapped too. That even the Supreme Being cannot escape obligations forced upon him. And I hate you for it. Harry let the silence stretch. Then, I didn't ask for this either. I know. I had a life. Friends. A world I was finally starting to rebuild after years of war. And now I'm stuck in a death fortress, married to a skeleton, with an ancient horror trying to eat my soul. I know. So maybe, Harry ran a hand through his hair. Maybe we can hate the situation instead of each other. At least until we figure out how to fix it. Albedo stared at him. For a moment, Harry thought she might actually agree. There was something in her expression that suggested she wanted to agree, that part of her recognized the logic of cooperation. Then the walls came back up. I will fulfill Lord Ainz's orders, she said flatly. I will ensure you have access to the library and everything you need for your research. But do not mistake compliance for acceptance. And do not ever presume to understand Lord Ainz better than I do. Wouldn't dream of it. Albedo turned and resumed walking. Harry followed. Progress, he supposed. Microscopic progress. The great library of Ashurbanipal was exactly as intimidating as its name suggested. Harry had seen Hogwarts Library. Had spent countless hours in the restricted section, digging through forbidden tomes by wandlight. He'd thought he understood what a magical library could be. He'd been wrong. This place was massive. Shelves stretched toward a ceiling so high it vanished into darkness. Rows upon rows of books, scrolls, tablets, and containers Harry couldn't identify extended in every direction. The air smelled of old paper and something else, something that tingled against his magical senses. Welcome to the great library. The voice came from a figure materializing from the shadows, a skeletal creature in robes, similar to Ainz but smaller, with a book perpetually floating beside it. I am Titus Aeneas Secundus, the creature said. Chief Librarian of Nazarick. Lady Albedo informed me you would be coming. I need information, Harry said. Everything you have on fragments, world eaters, parasitic contract entities, and methods of neutralizing any of the above. Titus tilted his skull. A substantial request. The research will take time. I've got nothing but time, apparently. Indeed. The librarian gestured, and several books detached from nearby shelves, floating toward Harry in an orderly queue. I have prepared initial materials based on Lady Albedo's briefing. These texts cover the fundamentals. I will compile more advanced resources as my assistants locate them. Harry grabbed the first book. How long will that take? For a complete compilation? Several days. However, I can provide relevant materials incrementally as they are located. Good. I'll start now. Titus gestured to a reading alcove nearby, a desk surrounded by floating lights, with a comfortable chair and writing materials. You may use this space. If you require assistance, simply call. Harry settled in and opened the first book. Time to learn how to kill a god fragment. 3 hours later, Harry had a headache and a lot of notes. The good news, fragments were not invincible. They could be destroyed, dispersed, or bound. The bad news, every method he'd found required either power he didn't have, resources that didn't exist in this world, or both. Option 1, destroy the contract itself. If the contract was nullified, the fragment would lose its anchor and dissipate. Problem, the contract was bound by magic older than either world, and destroying it might require the consent of both parties, Harry and the fragment. Option 2, satisfy the debt. If the debt was paid in full, the contract would complete and the fragment would have nothing to collect. Problem, no one knew what the debt actually was. Option 3, overpower the fragment directly. Pure magical force, applied correctly, could theoretically unmake any entity. Problem, the fragment was growing stronger by feeding on the unfulfilled contract. The longer they waited, the more powerful it became. And fragments, according to the texts, could draw on the full power of their progenitors at peak strength. The World Eater had been powerful enough to reach between dimensions. To answer a dying wizard's prayer. To bind entire bloodlines with a single contract. That was not something Harry wanted to fight head-on. You're frowning. Harry looked up. Albedo stood nearby, watching him with an expression that was hard to read. I'm reading about how screwed we are. Frowning seems appropriate. What have you found? Harry summarized his notes. Albedo listened without interrupting, her expression growing darker with each point. So our options are limited, she said when he finished. Our options are terrible. But they exist. Harry leaned back. The debt is the key. If we can figure out what actually satisfies it, we can end this without fighting something that might be stronger than all of Nazarick combined. Lord Ainz's power is, not infinite. He told me himself. Harry held up a hand before Albedo could protest. I'm not insulting him. I'm being realistic. This thing was powerful enough to do what it did originally. A fragment might not have that full power, but it's growing. We need to end this before it reaches critical mass. Albedo was quiet for a moment. Then, the original contract. You said it mentioned service until the balance is paid. Yeah. Service to whom? Harry blinked. The Crore. The World Eater. But the World Eater is destroyed. Its fragment exists, but it is not the original entity. Albedo's eyes narrowed. If the contract specified service to the Crore, and the Crore no longer exists in its original form, then the debt might be technically unpayable. Harry's stomach sank. Which means the fragment can feed on it forever. Or, Albedo held up a finger. The debt could be reinterpreted. The Crore's role was inherited by Lord Ainz when he absorbed the World Eater's power. If Lord Ainz is now the rightful Crore. Harry caught on. Then Ainz could define what satisfies the debt. Potentially. Why didn't Ainz mention this? Perhaps he did not consider it. Or perhaps, Albedo's expression flickered. Perhaps he did not wish to impose further obligation upon you. Harry thought about that. About Ainz's confession that he hadn't wanted any of this. About the skeleton's obvious discomfort with the whole situation. Ainz could have claimed total control. Could have declared Harry a slave, demanded obedience, used the contract to its fullest extent. Instead, he'd offered alliance. Partnership. He's trying to be fair, Harry said slowly. Lord Ainz is always fair. Albedo's tone was sharp. It is one of his many virtues. Even when being fair makes things harder for him. Albedo didn't answer. But her silence was answer enough. Okay. Harry stood, gathering his notes. I need to talk to Ainz. If he can define the debt's terms, we might have a way out of this. He is currently in a meeting with representatives from the Sorcerer Kingdom's vassal states. He will not be available until evening. Then I'll wait. Harry stretched, bones popping. In the meantime, I want to keep researching. There's got to be something about how debt transference works between Crores. Albedo studied him for a moment. You are, not what I expected. I get that a lot. Most humans would be focused on escape. On finding ways to flee Nazarick and return to their world. You are focused on solving the problem. Running won't help. The contract follows me, that's what the texts say. I could escape to the moon and the fragment would still track me through the debt. Harry shrugged. Might as well face it head-on. That is, pragmatic. That's survival. Harry sat back down, pulling another book from the floating stack. I've spent my whole life fighting things stronger than me. You learn to focus on what you can actually affect. Albedo said nothing. But she didn't leave either. Instead, she pulled a chair from somewhere and sat across from Harry, reaching for one of the untouched books. What are you doing? Assisting. Albedo's tone was clipped. Lord Ainz ordered me to ensure you have everything you need. You need research assistance. I am providing it. Harry stared at her. Albedo opened the book and began reading, very pointedly not meeting his eyes. Harry decided not to push his luck. He turned back to his own research. For the next several hours, they worked in silence. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't comfortable. But it was progress. And right now, Harry would take any progress he could get. The afternoon brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was deep in a particularly dense text about magical contract theory when a shadow fell over his desk. He looked up expecting Albedo, who had left an hour ago to check on something, and found himself face to face with Cocytus. The floor guardian was even more impressive up close. 8 feet of frost-covered exoskeleton, multiple arms, each holding a different weapon, and eyes that gleamed with cold intelligence. Harry Potter. Cocytus's voice was formal. Measured. I have come to speak with you. Harry set down his book. About? Your threat to Lord Ainz. In the throne room, when you first arrived. Harry's hand drifted toward his wand. What about it? You challenged the Supreme Being directly. Stated your willingness to go to war. To destroy Nazarick itself. Cocytus's massive form shifted, armor plates clicking. That was foolish. Probably. It was also honorable. Harry blinked. What? A true warrior does not surrender when outmatched. Does not grovel when faced with overwhelming power. He stands. He fights. Even if victory is impossible. Cocytus leaned closer, and despite the alien features, Harry could have sworn he saw approval in those compound eyes. You stood before the might of Nazarick and declared your defiance. That is the spirit of a warrior. Thanks. I came to offer you something. Cocytus straightened, one of his arms presenting a weapon, a sword, elegantly curved, frost glinting along its edge. This is a training blade. Enchanted to be non-lethal but capable of simulating real combat. I would be honored if you would spar with me. Harry stared at the sword. You want to fight me? I want to test you. To see if your warrior spirit extends to actual skill, or if you are merely brave words and nothing more. Cocytus's tone was challenging. Unless you are afraid. Harry thought about it for exactly 2 seconds. Then he grabbed the sword. Lead the way. The training grounds were located on the 6th floor, Aura and Mare's domain, apparently. Harry found himself standing in what looked like an ancient coliseum, surrounded by dense forest on all sides. Cocytus stood opposite him, having exchanged his normal weapons for training versions. The floor guardian's stance was perfect, balanced, controlled, ready for anything. Harry's stance was, less perfect. He'd taken fencing lessons at Hogwarts as part of an extracurricular program Dumbledore had instituted, but that was years ago. And fighting with a sword was very different from fighting with a wand. Rules, Cocytus said. First to 3 clean strikes wins. Magic is permitted, this is a test of combat ability, not pure swordsmanship. Do you understand? Got it. Then begin. Cocytus moved. Harry barely got his sword up in time to block the first strike. The impact rattled his bones despite the enchantment. Cocytus was strong, inhumanly so. And fast. Within seconds, Harry was being driven back, desperately parrying blow after blow. Think. Think. He couldn't match Cocytus in pure sword skill. Couldn't match him in strength or speed. But Cocytus had said magic was permitted. Harry ducked under a horizontal slash and pushed, not with the sword, but with his magic. A pulse of raw force slammed into Cocytus's chest, staggering the guardian back. It didn't hurt him. The enchantment prevented actual damage. But it created space. Harry used that space to conjure ropes, wrapping them around Cocytus's lower arms. The guardian sliced through them instantly, but the moment of distraction let Harry dart to the side, changing the angle of engagement. Clever, Cocytus rumbled. Using magic to compensate for physical weakness. But can you maintain it? He attacked again. Faster this time. Harry threw up a shield charm, the blade bounced off, and he counterattacked while Cocytus's guard was open. His training sword skittered across the guardian's chest plate. One strike, Cocytus acknowledged. Now I know you are not merely defensive. The next exchange was brutal. Cocytus adjusted his tactics, anticipating Harry's magical tricks, pressing harder and faster. Harry found himself relying on instincts honed in the war: dodge, deflect, redirect, never meet force with force. A blade slipped past his guard and touched his shoulder. 1-1. Harry gritted his teeth. Adjusted his grip. Let his magic flow through him more freely. This time, when Cocytus attacked, Harry didn't block. He apparat, a short-range jump, just 3 feet to the left, enough to completely avoid the strike and end up behind his opponent. His sword touched Cocytus's back before the guardian could turn. 2-1. Harry was breathing hard, but grinning. You said magic was allowed. Indeed I did. Cocytus turned, and those compound eyes gleamed. Again. The final exchange was the longest. Cocytus pushed harder than before, forcing Harry to use every trick he knew: transfiguration to change the terrain, conjuration to create obstacles, even a brief illusion that made Cocytus swing at nothing while Harry circled around. But Cocytus was learning too. Predicting. Adapting. In the end, it came down to pure timing. Harry feinted high with a spell, making Cocytus raise his guard. Then he dove low, sliding across the dirt, sword extended, and Cocytus's blade touched his neck at the same moment Harry's blade touched the guardian's knee. They froze. Draw, Cocytus said. 2-2. The final strike is inconclusive. Harry lay on his back, panting, covered in dirt. I'll take it. Cocytus stepped back, lowering his weapon. And then, incredibly, he laughed. A deep, grinding sound like glaciers shifting. You are a warrior, he said. Unpracticed. Undisciplined. But the spirit is there. The creativity. The refusal to accept defeat. He extended one of his arms, offering to help Harry up. I was right to test you. Harry took the hand and let himself be pulled to his feet. Thanks. I think. We will spar again. Regularly. Your technique needs work, but your instincts are sound. Cocytus's tone was approving. Perhaps Nazarick is not so ill-served by Lord Ainz' consort after all. It was, Harry realized, the closest thing to acceptance he'd received since arriving. I'd like that, he said. The sparring, I mean. I'm probably going to need all the combat practice I can get. Against the fragment. Against whatever comes. Harry stretched, wincing at new bruises. This place seems like it breeds trouble. That it does. Cocytus gathered the training weapons. Come. I will escort you back to your research. And Harry Potter, yeah. Thank you. For not surrendering. It has been a long time since I faced someone who truly challenged me. The Guardian's voice held something like warmth. I look forward to our next battle. Harry found himself smiling despite everything. One enemy down. Several dozen to go. Evening found Harry back in his quarters, freshly bathed and nursing a collection of bruises that the magical healing available in Nazarick hadn't completely erased. Apparently, there were limits to what healing magic could do when you got your ass kicked by a giant ice warrior. A knock at the door. Different from the others, confident, measured. "Come in." Ainz entered alone. The skeleton looked different without the throne room's dramatic setting, less imposing, more approachable. He was carrying a bottle of something in 2 glasses. "I heard you sparred with Cositus," Ainz said. "And survived." "Barely." He was impressed. "That is not easy to achieve." Ainz moved to the sitting area and poured 2 glasses of something. Wine. It was dark red and smelled vaguely alcoholic. A peace offering. Or a congratulations. Perhaps both. Harry took the offered glass cautiously. "Can you even drink?" "No. But I enjoy the ritual of it." Ainz settled into a chair, his own glass untouched. "A habit from my human life that I have not entirely abandoned." Harry took a sip. The wine, if that's what it was excellent. Complex, with hints of something he couldn't identify. "Albedo told me about your theory," Ainz continued. "Regarding the debt transference. It is an interesting possibility. Do you think it would work?" "Possibly. The contract's magic is self-sustaining, designed to adapt to changes in circumstance. If the Crore role has truly transferred to me, then I may have some authority over its terms." Ainz's skeletal fingers drummed on the arm of his chair. "The question is what to define as payment. Too little, and the magic will reject it as insufficient. Too much, and you'd be taking advantage of me. Same as the original contract intended." "Yes." They sat in silence for a moment. "What if I helped define it?" Harry asked. "Both of us, together. Negotiating terms we could both accept." Ainz tilted his head. "You would trust me to negotiate fairly?" "You've been fair so far." "More than fair." Harry took another sip. "And honestly, I don't have a lot of options. Either we figure this out together, or the fragment eventually becomes strong enough to make the whole thing moot." A pragmatic assessment. "I'm a pragmatic person." Another silence. But this one felt different. Less tense. More contemplative. "Tell me about your world," Ainz said suddenly. "Your friends. Your life before the contract activated." "Why?" "Because I am curious. Because I have spent 300 years learning about this world and have grown tired of it. And because," Ainz paused. "Because I would like to know you, Harry Potter. As a person. Not just as a contractual obligation." Harry considered refusing. Considered keeping his distance, maintaining the antagonism that seemed safer than whatever this was becoming. But something about Ainz's posture, the loneliness barely hidden beneath the skeletal facade, reminded Harry too much of himself. "Okay," he said. "What do you want to know?" "Everything." So Harry told him. He talked about Hogwarts, the castle, the magic, the wonder of discovering a world hidden behind the mundane. He talked about Ron and Hermione, about the Weasleys, about Sirius and Remus and everyone he'd lost. He talked about the war, about Voldemort, about walking into the forest expecting to die. He talked about rebuilding afterward. About the quiet, empty months when everyone expected him to be a hero and all he wanted was to be left alone. About Grimmauld Place and cold cups of tea and the loneliness that never quite went away. And Ainz listened. The skeleton didn't interrupt, didn't comment, just absorbed everything Harry said with those burning red eyes. Occasionally he would nod, or make a small sound of acknowledgement, but mostly he was silent. When Harry finally ran out of words, Ainz spoke. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For sharing that. It must have been difficult." It was. Harry realized his glass was empty. When had that happened? But it felt good too. To actually talk about it, instead of just pretending everything was fine. I understand that feeling. Ainz refilled Harry's glass without being asked. The pressure of expectations. The isolation of power. The loneliness of being the one everyone depends on. Yeah. Harry met Ainz's eyes, those strange, glowing points of red light. Yeah, I guess you would. Something shifted in the air between them. Nothing dramatic. Nothing obvious. Just a subtle change in the quality of the silence. For the first time, Harry didn't feel like he was talking to an overlord, or a skeleton, or even a captor. He felt like he was talking to someone who might, possibly, understand. The slain theocracy, Ainz said eventually, breaking the moment. They have become aware of your arrival. Harry blinked at the subject change. The what? A human nation to the south. Powerful. Fanatical. They worship the 6 great gods and view anything non-human as an abomination to be destroyed. Ainz's tone was clinical. They have spies everywhere. It was inevitable they would learn of a new presence in Nazarick. And they're a problem. They are a complication. Ainz stood, moving to the window that showed nothing. The theocracy has been searching for weapons to use against Nazarick since my arrival in this world. A human bound to me by ancient magic, they will see you as either a threat to be eliminated or a resource to be captured. Great. Because I didn't have enough enemies. You have the protection of Nazarick. But that protection only extends as far as these walls. Ainz turned back. I wanted you to be aware. In case the fragment is not our only concern. Harry absorbed this. Human fanatics. Religious zealots. Another faction that wanted him dead or controlled. Just like home, really. Thanks for the warning. Of course. Ainz moved toward the door. Rest well, Harry Potter. Tomorrow we will begin the formal negotiations regarding the debt's terms. It will be extensive. Looking forward to it. Ainz paused at the threshold. Looked back. For what it is worth, he said, I am glad you are here. Not because of the contract. Despite it, perhaps. It has been a long time since I had someone I could speak to honestly. Someone who saw me as something other than a supreme being or a monster. Harry didn't know what to say to that. Ainz didn't wait for a response. He left, the door closing softly behind him. Harry sat alone in the luxurious prison of his quarters, wine glass in hand, thinking about everything that had happened. The fragment was still out there. The slain theocracy was planning something. Albedo still wanted him dead. And he was still trapped in a marriage contract he'd never agreed to. But somehow, despite all of that, things felt less hopeless than they had this morning. He had allies now. Cocytus respected him. Albedo was at least working with him. Shaltir was watching, but watching protectively. Aura and Mare were friendly. And Ainz. Ainz was complicated. Lonely. Human in ways that his skeletal form denied. And possibly the closest thing to a friend Harry had in this entire world. Harry finished his wine and went to bed. Tomorrow would bring negotiations. Challenges. Possibly more assassination attempts. But for the first time since arriving in Nazarick, Harry fell asleep without nightmares. Progress. The next morning started with screaming. Harry was out of bed, wand in hand, before he was fully awake. The sound was coming from somewhere below, multiple voices, raised in alarm, followed by an explosion that shook the walls. He threw open his door and nearly ran into Shaltir. The vampire looked agitated, more agitated than Harry had ever seen her. Her fangs were fully extended, her eyes wild. What's happening? Intruders. Shaltir grabbed his arm. In the tomb. Someone breached the 5th floor defenses. How is that possible? I don't know. But Lord Ainz has ordered all high-value targets secured. Her grip tightened. That means you. Harry let himself be dragged down the corridor, mind racing. Who could breach Nazarick's defenses? The slain theocracy. The fragment manifesting early. Another explosion. Closer. Shaltir changed direction, pulling Harry down a side passage. This way. There's a secure room on the. She stopped. A figure stood at the end of the corridor. Female. Blonde. Dressed in armor that Harry didn't recognize. And grinning with a madness that made Voldemort look sane. Found you, the woman said. The Overlord's little pet. I've been waiting so long for this. Shaltir stepped in front of Harry, her own presence flaring with power. Clementine. How are you here? You're dead. Was dead. Clementine's grin widened. Got better. Amazing what the right backers can do for a girl's career prospects. You will not touch him. Oh, sweetie. Clementine drew her weapons, stilettos, thin and cruel. I'm not here to touch him. I'm here to take him. My new friends in the theocracy have plans. Big plans. And it all starts with, Shaltir attacked. The vampire moved faster than Harry could track, transforming mid-lunge into something monstrous and terrible. Clementine laughed and met her head-on, blades flashing, the corridor erupting into chaos. Harry didn't run. He raised his wand and fired. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Reducto. Spell after spell poured from his wand, targeting Clementine's exposed flanks while Shaltir kept her occupied. One of his curses connected, a slashing hex that opened a gash across Clementine's shoulder. She hissed in pain but didn't slow down. Cute trick, wizard boy. She ducked under Shaltir's claws and threw one of her stilettos at Harry. Harry operated sideways, the blade missing him by inches. Going to have to try harder than that. Oh, I plan to. The fight raged. Shaltir was strong, incredibly strong, but Clementine was slippery, using the narrow corridor to negate the vampire's advantages. And she wasn't alone. Harry could hear more fighting echoing from other parts of the tomb. This wasn't just an assassination attempt. This was an invasion. Shaltir. Harry yelled. We need to fall back. No. I will destroy her. I will. Clementine's blade caught Shaltir across the throat. The vampire stumbled. Didn't fall, couldn't fall, from something like that, but the moment of disorientation was enough. Clementine lunged for Harry. Harry did the only thing he could think of. He grabbed Shaltir's arm with one hand, raised his wand with the other, and pushed, not with a spell, but with raw, uncontrolled magic. Every ounce of power he could summon, channeled into a single desperate burst. The corridor exploded. Stone shattered. Light blazed. Clementine was thrown backward, slamming into a wall hard enough to crack the masonry. And Harry felt something shift. His magic, already strange in this world, suddenly surged with new power. Like a dam breaking. Like chains shattering. When the dust cleared, Harry was standing over Clementine's unconscious form, magic crackling around him like lightning. Shaltir stared at him with something that might have been awe. What, she whispered, was that? Harry looked at his hands. At the energy still dancing across his skin. I have no idea, he admitted. But I think we should ask Ainz. Behind them, alarms continued to blare. The invasion of Nazarick had only just begun. Chapter 3, cracks in the bone. Harry's hands wouldn't stop shaking. The magic that had erupted from him was fading now, sinking back beneath his skin like a tide retreating. But he could still feel it there, different than before, wilder, bigger. Something had changed when he'd pushed against Clementine. Something fundamental. We need to move. Shaltir grabbed his arm, her throat already healing from the slash. More are coming. Harry didn't argue. He let the vampire drag him through corridors that were now filled with smoke and the sounds of distant combat. Nazarick was at war with itself, or with whatever had invaded it. They rounded a corner and nearly ran into Cocytus. The floor guardian was covered in frost that crackled with barely contained violence. Behind him, Harry could see the remains of something that had probably been human once. Probably. The consort is secure. Cocytus's voice was clipped. Battle ready. Secure and apparently full of surprises. Shaltir shot Harry a look that mixed suspicion with respect. He did something. Something big. Took down Clementine with raw magic I've never seen before. Clementine is here. Cocytus's compound eyes narrowed. She should be dead. She mentioned backers. The theocracy. Harry's voice came out steadier than he felt. Where's Ainz? The throne room. Coordinating the defense. Cocytus stepped aside, gesturing down the corridor. I will escort you. Shaltir, return to the first floor and eliminate any remaining intruders. Shaltir looked like she wanted to argue. Then she nodded sharply and vanished into the smoke. Harry followed Cocytus at a run. The tomb was in chaos. Every few seconds, explosions echoed through the stone walls. Maids rushed past carrying weapons instead of tea trays. Something that looked like a giant hamster with armor was directing traffic at one intersection, shouting orders in a surprisingly deep voice. How did they get in? Harry asked as they moved. Unknown. The breach occurred simultaneously on multiple floors. Suggests inside knowledge or magical assistance beyond normal capabilities. Cocytus's tone was grim. Lord Ainz is investigating. They reached the throne room doors. Cocytus pushed them open without ceremony. Inside was controlled pandemonium. Ainz stood at the center of a magical display that showed multiple views of Nazarick, corridors, rooms, defensive positions. His hands moved through the air, manipulating the images, issuing orders through some kind of telepathic link that made the air hum. Demiurge was beside him, glasses gleaming, already calculating. Albedo stood at Ainz's other side, her battle form half manifested, wings spread wide. Third floor secured. Moving to fourth, casualty reports incoming, they're using some kind of teleportation anchor, I can feel it. Harry pushed through the chaos until he reached Ainz. I captured Clementine, he said. She's unconscious in the east corridor, 5th floor. She mentioned the theocracy specifically. Ainz's skull turned toward him. Those red eyes took in Harry's disheveled state, the residual magic still crackling faintly around him. You're unharmed. I'm fine. Something happened with my magic, but I'm fine. What's going on? A coordinated assault. Ainz's voice was calm, too calm, the kind of calm that came from suppressing everything else. They breached our defenses using artifacts we've never encountered. Teleportation anchors that bypass our barriers entirely. How many? 47 confirmed intruders. 12 eliminated so far. The rest are scattered across multiple floors. Ainz turned back to the display. They're not trying to conquer Nazarick. They're searching for something. For me, Harry said. Most likely. A burst of interference crackled through the display. Ainz waved a hand, clearing it. Demiurge. Status on the teleportation anchors. We've located 3 of the 5, Lord Ainz. Removal is complicated, they appear to be booby-trapped. Any attempt to destroy them triggers a magical backlash. Then contain them. Create barriers around each one. Nothing in or out. Already in progress. Harry watched the display as red dots, intruders, moved through the tomb schematic. They weren't attacking randomly. They were searching, methodically, floor by floor. They don't know where I am, he realized. They expected me to be somewhere else. The royal suite. Ainz nodded. You were supposed to be there. Instead, you were in the library, then the training grounds, then back in your quarters at an unusual time. Their intelligence was accurate but not current. Lucky break. Luck had nothing to do with it. Ainz's tone was dry. Your refusal to follow instructions may have saved your life. Before Harry could respond, Albedo stepped forward. Lord Ainz. We have a problem. She gestured at the display. One of the red dots was moving faster than the others, much faster, heading directly toward the throne room. That's not possible. Demiurge's voice held genuine surprise. Nothing should be able to move that quickly through our defenses. Something is. Albedo's wings flared wider. Lord Ainz, please relocate to the secondary command center. I will handle. The throne room doors exploded inward. Harry threw himself sideways, wand coming up, as debris showered the room. Through the smoke, a figure emerged, tall, lean, moving with liquid grace that spoke of centuries of combat training. Not Clementine. Someone else. Someone worse. The figure was male, with silver hair that seemed to float around his face and eyes that burned with golden light. He wore robes that looked religious in nature, white and gold, covered in symbols that made Harry's teeth ache. Ainz Olgown. The man's voice echoed with power. At last we meet face to face. Albedo was already moving, her battle form fully manifested now, horns, wings, the whole terrifying package. But the man raised one hand, and she stopped. Just stopped, frozen in midair like someone had pressed pause. No interruptions. The man's golden eyes swept the room, passing over Demiurge, who was also frozen, over Cocytus, frozen, until they landed on Harry. Ah! There you are. Harry fired. Stupefy, Reducto, Confringo, 3 spells in rapid succession, aimed center mass. The man waved his hand. The spells dissolved. Interesting. He tilted his head, studying Harry like a specimen. Your magic is different. Not of this world. The reports were accurate. Who are you? My name is Zeshi Zetsumii. No, the man paused, reconsidering. That is someone else. I am, let us say, the Cardinal of Light. A servant of the slain theocracy's highest ideals. The highest ideal being, kidnap Harry Potter. The highest ideal being, eliminate threats to humanity. The Cardinal's expression didn't change. Ainz Olgown is such a threat. And you, Harry Potter, are the key to his destruction. Ainz stepped forward. Unlike his guardians, he wasn't frozen. Whatever the Cardinal was doing, it didn't work on him. Bold of you to enter my throne room alone, Ainz said. His voice was ice. Do you truly believe you can defeat me here? In the heart of my power? Defeat you? No. The Cardinal smiled. I am not here to fight. I am here to retrieve what was promised. Nothing was promised. Not by you. The Cardinal's golden eyes fixed on Harry. The debt, Mr. Potter. The contract that binds you. Did you think it was coincidence that it activated now? That you were pulled to this world at this moment? Harry's blood ran cold. The fragment, he breathed. You're working with the fragment. Working with implies equality. The Cardinal's smile widened. We are merely facilitating its return. In exchange for certain considerations. You're insane. Harry's voice rose. That thing wants to consume everything. You, me, Ainz, your whole damn theocracy, a small price for the elimination of the undead menace. The Cardinal raised his hand again. Now. Come quietly, and I will spare these creatures. Resist, and I will demonstrate why the theocracy has survived for 600 years. Harry looked at Ainz. Ainz looked at Harry. Something passed between them. Not words. Not even telepathy. Just understanding. "Here's the thing about me," Harry said, turning back to the Cardinal. "I've been threatened by better villains than you. And they're all dead." He raised his wand. The Cardinal sighed. "Very well. The hard way." He moved. Harry had fought Voldemort. Had dueled Death Eaters. Had survived encounters with beings that should have killed him a dozen times over. The Cardinal was faster than all of them. One moment he was across the room. The next, his hand was around Harry's throat, lifting him off the ground. "Your magic is fascinating," the Cardinal said calmly, ignoring Harry's frantic struggling. "Different. Untapped potential. The fragment will enjoy consuming it." Harry couldn't breathe. Couldn't cast. His wand hand was pinned, his vision swimming. Then Ainz spoke a word. Just one word. In a language that wasn't language. A sound that was wrong, that made reality shiver and crack around the edges. The Cardinal froze. His hand opened. Harry dropped, gasping, scrambling backward. "You speak the old tongue." The Cardinal's voice had changed. Wariness now, beneath the confidence. "That should not be possible. Many things should not be possible." Ainz walked forward, and with each step, the air grew heavier. Darker. The temperature dropped. "I have been very patient with your theocracy. Very restrained. I allowed your spies to operate because they amused me. I tolerated your propaganda because it was irrelevant. But you have entered my home. Threatened my people. Touched what is mine." The word echoed strangely. Mine. Like it meant something more than possession. Harry felt the contract pulse in response. "The undead cannot feel anger," the Cardinal said, but his voice was less certain now. "Your kind are incapable of. I am not undead." Ainz's eye sockets blazed with crimson fire. "I am something far worse. I am the last of the supreme beings. The Master of Nazarick. The one who has held back for 300 years because it was convenient, not because it was necessary." He raised one hand. "Grasp heart." The Cardinal's eyes went wide. His hands flew to his chest. For one terrible moment, he stood there, golden light flickering around him as he fought whatever Ainz was doing. Then the light died. The Cardinal collapsed. Around the room, Albedo, Demiurge, and Cocytus unfroze. They stumbled, disoriented, then immediately moved into defensive positions. "Lord Ainz." Albedo rushed to his side. "Are you?" "I am fine." Ainz lowered his hand. "The intruder is dead. Secure the body. I want to know everything about what magic he used to freeze you. At once." Harry was still on the floor, hand on his bruised throat, heart pounding. He watched Ainz walk past him toward the shattered doors. "Ainz." The skeleton stopped. "You said, mine." Silence stretched between them. "Yes," Ainz said finally. "I did." He kept walking. Harry sat there for a long moment, trying to figure out what that meant. The battle for Nazarick ended 3 hours later. The remaining intruders, cut off from their leader and their teleportation anchors, were systematically eliminated. Clementine was captured and secured in a containment cell designed to hold beings far more powerful than her. The teleportation anchors were carefully disarmed by Demiurge's team. Total casualty count for Nazarick, 0 deaths, 17 injuries. Total casualty count for the Theocracy Strike Force, 47 dead. Harry sat in a small meeting room off the throne room, a cup of tea cooling in his hands. Someone had healed his throat, but he could still feel the Cardinal's grip. Could still hear that word echoing. "Mine." A knock at the door. "Come in." Ainz entered. Alone. Without the robes of office, just a simple dark tunic that made his skeletal frame look almost normal. "May I sit?" Harry gestured to the chair across from him. Ainz sat. For a moment, neither of them spoke. "I should explain," Ainz said finally. "You don't have to." "I want to." Ainz's skeletal fingers tapped against the table. "When I saw him touching you, threatening you, something happened. My undead nature usually suppresses strong emotions. Fear, anger, joy, they're all dampened to manageable levels. But in that moment, you got angry. More than angry. I felt rage. Pure, unfiltered rage that burned through every suppression I have." Ainz looked at Harry. "I have not felt that way in 300 years. Harry didn't know what to say. "The contract," Ainz continued. "It creates a bond between us. A connection. When you were threatened, the contract interpreted it as a threat to what is mine, to what I am bound to protect. And that triggered something primal. So it's just the contract." "I don't know." Ainz's voice was quiet. Uncertain. More human than Harry had ever heard it. "I don't know if it's the contract, or if it's something else. Something that has been growing since you arrived." The silence stretched. "In the throne room," Harry said slowly, "when the cardinal was about to take me. You could have let him. Let the theocracy deal with the contract, deal with the fragment. It would have simplified things for you." "Yes. But you didn't." "No." "Why?" Ainz was quiet for a long moment. "Because I did not want to," he said finally. "It is that simple. And that complicated. I did not want to lose you, Harry Potter. And I am still trying to understand what that means." Harry looked at the skeleton across from him. At the red points of light that served as eyes. At the skull that shouldn't be able to express anything but somehow conveyed uncertainty, vulnerability, even hope. "I don't know what this is either," Harry admitted. 2 days ago, I hated you. Hated this place. Wanted nothing more than to burn it all down and go home. And now? Now I'm not sure." Harry set down his tea. "You've been honest with me. Fair. You saved my life. And I've seen behind the mask, the real you, not the supreme being. I don't hate that person. Even though he is a skeleton. I've seen worse." A ghost of a smile crossed Harry's face. "I've been worse." Ainz made a sound that might have been a laugh. Surprised. Almost shy. "This is very strange," he said. "Which part?" "All of it. Every part. I spent 300 years preparing for threats, building defenses, managing my subordinates. I never prepared for this." "For what?" "For someone who sees me. Actually sees me. Not the overlord. Not the supreme being. Just Satoru." Harry remembered that name. The human name. The person Ainz had been before the game became real. "Satoru," he repeated. "That's who you were. That's who I am. Under all of this." Ainz gestured at himself. "I have tried to forget. Tried to become what my subordinates believe I am. But I cannot. Every time I think I have fully transformed into Ainz Olgaun, something reminds me of who I used to be. Is that bad? I thought so. For a long time." Ainz looked at Harry. "Now I am less certain." They sat in silence again. But this time, it wasn't awkward. It was comfortable. The silence of two people who didn't need to fill every moment with words. "The fragment," Harry said eventually. "The cardinal confirmed it's working with the theocracy. Or using them. Either way, it's making moves." "Yes. The attack today was a probe. A test of our defenses and a distraction while the fragment gathered information." Ainz's tone shifted back to business. We need to accelerate our timeline. Find a way to resolve the debt before the fragment grows too powerful. Agreed. Harry leaned forward. Albedo mentioned something yesterday. About you being able to define the debt's terms, since you inherited the Crow's role. It's a possibility. But I've been reluctant. Why? Because any terms I set would benefit me. And I don't want, Ainz paused, searching for words. I don't want you to think I'm taking advantage. The original contract was exploitative. If I become just another version of that exploitation, then let me help set the terms. Harry met Ainz's eyes. You said we're allies. Partners. Let's actually act like it. Negotiate something that works for both of us. You trust me enough for that? I trust you more than I trust the fragment. Or the theocracy. Or anyone else in this world, apparently. Harry shrugged. Maybe that's setting a low bar, but it's where we are. Ainz was quiet for a moment. Then he laughed. That genuine, surprised laugh that Harry was starting to recognize. You are remarkable, he said. Truly. Even in the middle of crisis, you look for solutions. 4 ways forward. Learned it the hard way. Moping never solved anything. No. No, it doesn't. Ainz stood. Very well. Tomorrow, we will begin formal negotiations on the debt's terms. You, me, and advisors of our choosing. We will find a resolution that satisfies the contract's requirements without sacrificing either of our autonomy. Sounds like a plan. Ainz moved toward the door, then paused. Harry. Yeah. Thank you. For not running. For fighting beside us today, even though you had no obligation to. I had plenty of obligation. Contract, remember? The contract doesn't require you to fight. Only to stay. Ainz looked back. You chose to fight. That means something. Harry didn't have a response to that. Ainz left. Harry sat alone in the meeting room, tea long cold, thinking about everything that had happened. 2 days ago, he'd been ready to burn Nazarick to the ground. Now he was defending it. Fighting for it. Maybe even starting to care about it. About someone in it. The contract pulsed warmly against his magic. Harry wasn't sure if that was a good sign or a dangerous one. Sleep didn't come easily that night either, but for different reasons. Harry lay in his absurdly comfortable bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the day's events. The battle. The cardinal. Ainz's rage. That word, mine, echoing in his memory. He'd been claimed before. By prophecy. By expectation. By everyone who wanted him to be something for them. This felt different. Ainz wasn't claiming him as property. Wasn't trying to control him. The skeleton had been surprised by his own reaction, confused by feelings he shouldn't even be capable of having. That made it real. That made it matter. Around midnight, Harry gave up on sleep. He pulled on clothes and walked to the window, looking out at the fake view of underground Nazarick. What did he actually want? A week ago, the answer would have been simple: go home. Return to his world, his friends, his life. But that life had been empty. Cold tea and quiet rooms and everyone treating him like a statue instead of a person. Ron and Hermione had their own lives now. The Weasleys had moved on. The wizarding world worshipped him from a distance but didn't actually know him. Here, in this nightmare dimension, he'd found something strange. People who challenged him. A vampire who protected him. A warrior who respected him. A skeleton who saw him. Was that worth staying for? A knock at his door. Soft. Tentative. Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously reached for it. Who's there? It's Mare. The voice was small, nervous. I'm sorry for bothering you, but, can I come in? Harry opened the door. The dark elf stood in the hallway, fidgeting with the hem of his skirt. His eyes were wet, like he'd been crying. "What's wrong?" "I couldn't sleep." Mare's voice trembled. "After the battle today, all those people died, and some of them looked so scared, and I know they were enemies but they were still people and," he broke off, wiping at his eyes. Harry stepped aside. "Come in." Mare shuffled inside, perching on the edge of a chair like he might flee at any moment. Harry sat across from him, trying to figure out how to handle a traumatized dark elf child who was also an ancient magical being. "It's normal," he said eventually. "Feeling bad about killing. Even when they're enemies. But everyone else is fine. Aura said it was a good battle. Cocytus said the enemies died with honor. Nobody else seems bothered. They're built different than you. Literally." Harry remembered what he'd read about the Floor Guardians, their personalities designed, their reactions programmed. "Maybe you were made to feel more." Mare looked at him with those big, dark eyes. "Is that a bad thing?" "No. It's a human thing." Harry leaned forward. "Listen, Mare. I've killed people. Not just monsters or dark creatures, people. During the war in my world. And every single time, it cost me something. Made me a little less whole. But I did it because the alternative was worse. Because protecting the people I cared about mattered more than my comfort. How do you live with it? You don't. Not really. You just carry it. And you try to make sure it meant something." Harry met Mare's eyes. "The people who died today were trying to hurt us. Trying to hurt Lord Ainz, and you, and everyone in Nazarick. You stopped them. That means something." Mare was quiet for a long moment. "Lord Ainz says similar things sometimes," he said softly. "When he thinks no one is listening. Yeah. He talks to himself. When he's alone in his study. I hear him sometimes, when I'm nearby." Mare's voice dropped to a whisper. "He says things like, 'What am I becoming?' and, 'Is this right?' and, 'I'm sorry.'" Harry's chest tightened. "He doesn't know I hear," Mare continued. "And I've never told anyone. But you're different. You see him the way I see him, not as the supreme being, but as someone who's struggling. Someone who needs help. Why are you telling me this?" Mare looked up, and his eyes held an ancient wisdom that belied his childlike appearance. "Because I think you can help him. And because I think helping him might help you too." He stood, straightening his skirt. "I should go. Aura will worry." "Mare." The dark elf paused at the door. "Thank you. For trusting me with this." Mare's face softened into a shy smile. "Thank you for listening. And for understanding about the killing thing. It helps." He slipped out, closing the door softly behind him. Harry sat alone again, but the silence felt different now. Ainz struggled. Questioned himself. Felt guilt for what he'd become. That changed things. That made him not just an ally, but someone worth fighting for. Harry made a decision. Tomorrow, during the negotiations, he wouldn't just focus on escape. He'd focus on what was best for both of them. For whatever strange connection was forming between them. Maybe that made him crazy. Maybe the contract was influencing him more than he realized. But for the first time since arriving in Nazarick, Harry felt like he was choosing something for himself. And that felt right. The negotiations began mid-morning. The setting was a private conference room on the 9th floor, neutral ground, neither the throne room's intimidation nor Harry's quarters' intimacy. A round table sat at the center, surrounded by chairs. No head of the table. No hierarchy. Ainz sat on one side, flanked by Demiurge and Albedo. Harry sat opposite, flanked by, at his request, Cocytus and Mare. An odd combination, but Harry had his reasons. "Let us begin," Ainz said. "The purpose of this meeting is to establish terms that will satisfy the debt binding Harry Potter to Nazarick, and to me personally. As the inheritor of the original Crow's role, I have the authority to define what constitutes payment. However, I wish these terms to be mutually agreeable." Demiurge adjusted his glasses. "Lord Ainz, if I may. The strategic value of retaining absolute control over the consort is not the purpose of this discussion." Ainz's tone was firm. "We are not negotiating a surrender, Demiurge. We are establishing a partnership." Demiurge subsided, but his eyes gleamed with calculation. "Harry." Ainz turned to face him directly. "What would you consider acceptable terms? What would make you feel the debt had been genuinely satisfied, rather than merely circumvented?" Harry had thought about this all night. "3 things," he said. "First, mutual respect. Whatever the contract says, I'm not property. I want explicit acknowledgement that I have autonomy, the right to make my own choices, go where I want, associate with who I want." "Reasonable." Ainz nodded. "Continue." "Second, contribution. I don't want to just exist here. I want to do something. Help defend Nazarick. Train with Cocytus. Research the fragment. Be useful, not just protected. Also reasonable." Third, Harry hesitated. This was the hard one. Connection. The original contract was about service. Debt. Extraction. I think what actually satisfies the magic isn't taking something, it's forming something. A real bond. Not forced. Not obligated. Just real. Silence fell over the room. Albedo looked like she wanted to object. Demiurge was studying Harry with new interest. Cocytus nodded approvingly. Mare was smiling. And Ainz. Ainz was very still. "You believe," the skeleton said slowly, "that the debt can be satisfied through genuine connection rather than service. I think that's what my ancestor was really asking for. Not a trade. Not a transaction. He was dying. His family was dying. He called out for help. For someone to care." Harry's voice was steady. "The World Eater twisted that into a contract because that's what it was, a parasite, feeding on desperation. But the core of the request was simpler. Human. He wanted someone to give a damn. And if you give a damn, if we give a damn, the debt is satisfied. That's my theory." Demiurge leaned forward. "Lord Ainz, this is highly speculative. The magical theory is sound." Ainz cut him off. "I've studied enough contracts to recognize the pattern. Magical debts are rarely about literal terms. They're about intent. The spirit of the agreement, not the letter." He looked at Harry. "You may be right. So what do we do?" "We test it." Ainz stood, walking to a window. "The contract has been pulsing since you arrived. Responding to proximity, to interaction, to emotional resonance. If your theory is correct, then strengthening our connection should cause corresponding changes in the contract's magic. And if it doesn't? Then we find another approach." Ainz turned back. "But I believe your instinct is correct. The fragment's intervention, its desperation to claim you before we could resolve things ourselves, suggests that peaceful resolution is possible. The fragment fears what we might accomplish together." Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. Not the contract, or not just the contract. Something else. Hope, maybe. "Okay," he said. "So how do we strengthen our connection?" Albedo's expression suggested she had several objections to this line of inquiry. She kept them to herself, barely. "Time," Ainz said. "Honesty. Shared experience. The same way any connection forms." He paused. Unless you have a more efficient suggestion. Not really. Relationships don't exactly have shortcuts. No. They don't. Ainz returned to his seat. Then let us formalize what we've discussed. The terms of the debt satisfaction will be, mutual respect for autonomy, meaningful contribution to Nazarick's well-being, and the development of a genuine bond between the primary parties. The contract's requirements will be considered fulfilled when both parties, Harry and myself, agree that these terms have been met. Both parties have to agree? Yes. If only I could declare the debt satisfied, it would be no different than the original exploitation. Both of us must genuinely feel the bond exists. Ainz's red eyes met Harry's. Is that acceptable? Harry thought about it. Really thought. The terms were fair. More than fair. They gave him autonomy while acknowledging the contract's reality. They offered purpose instead of imprisonment. And they put the resolution in both their hands, not just Ainz, not just Harry's. Yeah, he said. That's acceptable. Then we have an accord. Ainz extended his skeletal hand across the table. Harry took it. The moment their hands touched, the contract blazed. Not painfully. Not destructively. Just, brightly. A surge of magic that lit up the room, making everyone shield their eyes. When it faded, Harry could feel the difference. The contract was still there, but it felt lighter somehow. Less like chains, more like threads. Connections that bound but didn't restrict. Interesting, Demiurge murmured. The magical signature has shifted. The parasitic elements appear diminished. The new terms have been registered, Ainz said. The contract has accepted our agreement. Harry looked at his own hand. Faint golden lines traced his palm, visible for a moment before fading. That was progress. Ainz released his hand. We have taken the first step. Many more remain. But the fragment will be weakened by this. Its connection to the debt has been partially severed. Ainz's voice held satisfaction. We have bought ourselves time. Harry sat back, processing everything. He'd come into this negotiation expecting to fight for scraps of freedom. Instead, he'd walked out with a partnership. An agreement that treated him as an equal. And a connection to Ainz that felt more real than anything he'd experienced since the war. Maybe that was the contract's influence. Maybe it was something else. Either way, Harry found he didn't mind. The rest of the day passed in a blur. There were security reviews, the theocracy's attack had exposed weaknesses that needed addressing. Debriefings with various floor guardians. Interrogations of captured intruders. Harry participated where he could, offering insights about the Cardinal's magic and the fragment's apparent involvement. By evening, he was exhausted but strangely content. He was eating dinner in a small dining room on the 9th floor, alone, for once, no escorts or guardians hovering, when Ainz found him. May I join you? Harry gestured to the empty chair across from him. Sure. Ainz sat, not eating, he couldn't eat, but accepting a glass of wine that he held without drinking. The ritual again. The human habit maintained. Today went well, Ainz said. It did. I wanted to thank you. For approaching the negotiation the way you did. I was prepared for demands, accusations, attempts at leverage. Instead, you offered partnership. Seemed like the smart play. It was more than strategic. Ainz's voice was soft. You could have asked for anything. Freedom to leave. Power over aspects of Nazarick. Guarantees that would have limited my authority. Instead, you asked for respect, purpose, and connection. Those are not the demands of a prisoner negotiating release. They are the requests of someone who. Who what? Who wants to stay? Harry set down his fork. I don't know if I want to stay, he said honestly. I don't know anything for certain anymore. But I know I don't want to just leave. Not yet. Not until we figure this out. The fragment. The fragment. The debt. All of it. Harry met Ainz's eyes. And, you. I want to understand you. This place. What any of it means. Ainz was quiet for a long moment. When I first arrived in this world, he said, I was terrified. Lost. A salaryman from a dying planet, suddenly trapped in the body of a monster, surrounded by beings who worshipped me as a god. I had no one to confide in. No one who saw the fear behind the facade. Lonely. Unbearably so. Ainz's skeletal fingers tightened around his wine glass. 300 years of loneliness. 300 years of pretending. I had almost forgotten what it felt like to be seen. To be known. And now. Now I am sitting across from someone who fought beside me today. Who negotiated with me as an equal. Who saw me lose control and did not run away. Ainz looked at Harry. I am sitting across from someone who makes me remember what it felt like to be human. The words hung in the air between them. Harry didn't know what to say. Didn't know if there were words for what he was feeling. So instead, he reached across the table and took Ainz's hand. The bones were cold. Smooth. Inhuman in every way. But the way Ainz's fingers curled around his was very, very human. They sat like that for a long moment. Not speaking. Not needing to. The contract hummed warmly between them. Outside the room, the vast machinery of Nazarick continued. Floor guardians patrolled. Defenses strengthened. The threat of the fragment loomed. But in that small dining room, for that brief moment, none of it mattered. Two people, one living, one undead, held hands across a table. And something that had started as a trap began to feel like a choice. Later that night, Harry lay in bed, staring at the ceiling again. His hand still tingled where Ainz had held it. Was this real? Was any of it real? Or was the contract manipulating both of them, manufacturing feelings to satisfy its terms? He didn't know. But the warmth in his chest when he thought about Ainz, the skeleton's laugh, his vulnerability, his desperate humanity beneath the bone, that felt real. And the contract's terms required genuine connection. If the feelings were manufactured, they wouldn't satisfy the debt. So either the magic was fooling itself, or what Harry was feeling was actually his own. He fell asleep with that thought circling his mind. This time, he dreamed. The void again. Empty. Endless. Wrong. Hello, Harry Potter. The fragment's voice was weaker than before. Less resonant. But still present. You're looking thin, Harry said. Diet not working out? Your little maneuver today cost me. The terms you negotiated, they diminished my hold on the contract. The fragment's shape flickered, less defined than their last encounter. But you have not escaped me. You have merely delayed. Good. Delay works. Does it? The fragment drifted closer. You think your skeleton cares for you. You think those feelings are real. But he is undead, Harry Potter. His emotions are suppressed by his very nature. Whatever he feels is a pale shadow of true connection. Seemed pretty real when he almost crushed the cardinal's heart for touching me. Possessiveness. Territorial instinct. The reaction of a predator whose property was threatened. The fragment's many eyes blinked in sequence. Do not confuse that for love. I never said anything about love. Didn't you? The fragment laughed, a sound like shattering glass. You are transparent, human. Your hopes. Your fears. Your desperate need to belong somewhere. I can see all of it. And I tell you truthfully, Ainz's old gown will never give you what you seek. Harry felt the words land. Felt the doubt they were designed to create. Maybe, he said. Maybe not. But that's for us to figure out. Not you. There is no us. There is only the debt, and my claim upon it. The fragment began to fade, dissolving at the edges. Enjoy your progress, Harry Potter. Enjoy your hope. When I come to collect, and I will take everything. Your magic. His power. Your precious connection. Looking forward to proving you wrong. The fragment's laugh echoed as the void collapsed. We shall see. Harry woke up. Sunlight, fake sunlight, streamed through his window. Morning had come. He lay there for a moment, processing the dream. The fragment's words. The doubt it had tried to plant. Then he got up, got dressed, and went to find Ainz. Whatever was growing between them, real or manufactured, love or something else, they were going to face the fragment together. And Harry was done letting ancient parasites define his future. He found Ainz in the private study, surrounded by books and scrolls, clearly having worked through the night. Harry. Ainz looked up. You're awake early. The fragment visited me again. In a dream. Ainz went very still. What did it say? Harry told him. All of it. Including the parts about Ainz's emotions being hollow, about possessiveness versus genuine feeling, about the fragment's promise to take everything. When he finished, Ainz was quiet for a long moment. It's trying to divide us, he said finally. Classic tactic. Undermine trust, create doubt, weaken the bond before it can fully form. I know. Do you believe what it said? About my feelings being manufactured? Harry considered the question carefully. I believe the fragment is a liar, he said. I believe it will say anything to destabilize us. And I believe that what I've seen from you, the honesty, the vulnerability, the laughter, doesn't feel manufactured. But you're not certain. Are any of us ever certain? About anything? Ainz made that small sound that was almost a laugh. A fair point. Here's what I think, Harry continued. I think the fragment is scared. I think what we're doing is working. And I think the best response to its mind games is to keep doing exactly what we're doing. Building connection. Proving it wrong. Harry met Ainz's eyes. Whatever we have, whatever we're developing, the fragment fears it. That tells me it's worth pursuing. Ainz was quiet again. Then, slowly, he reached out and took Harry's hand. You are the most unexpected thing that has ever happened to me, he said. In 300 years of ruling this tomb, managing threats, maintaining facades, nothing has surprised me like you. Is that good or bad? I have no idea. Ainz's skeletal fingers tightened gently. But I find myself hoping it's good. Harry squeezed back. Yeah, he said. Me too. They stood there, hand in hand, as the morning light grew stronger. The fragment was out there. The theocracy was regrouping. 1,000 threats loomed on every horizon. But in that moment, none of it seemed insurmountable. Because for the first time in a very long time, neither of them was alone. Chapter 4, Fire Meets Bone. Harry's spell exploded against the training room wall, leaving a scorch mark the size of a dinner table. Again, Cocytus rumbled. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead and raised his wand. 3 days of intensive training had pushed his magic further than he'd ever gone at Hogwarts. The spells came faster now, harder, more instinctive. But something else was happening too, something he couldn't quite explain. His magic was changing. Reducto. The curse hit the target dummy dead center. Instead of the usual explosive impact, the dummy froze first, ice crystallizing across its surface for a split second before the explosion shattered it into 1,000 glittering fragments. Cocytus made an approving sound. Your magic adapts to this world. Interesting. That's not supposed to happen. Harry stared at his wand. Reducto doesn't freeze things. Your magic follows different rules than ours. Perhaps proximity to Nazarick is influencing it. Cocytus gestured to another dummy. Again. Let us see what else has changed. Harry cast again. And again. Each spell came out slightly different, Stupefy with a crackling edge of lightning, Protego with a shimmering silver quality it had never possessed before, even simple Lumos burning brighter and colder than normal. By the end of the session, Harry was exhausted but exhilarated. Your progress is remarkable, Cocytus said as they walked back toward the main complex. In 3 days, you have improved more than most warriors do in months. The magic's doing most of the work. The magic responds to the warrior. You have the spirit for this. Cocytus paused at an intersection. There is something I wish to show you. If you have time. Harry glanced at his schedule, nothing urgent until dinner with Ainz. Sure. Cocytus led him down corridors Harry hadn't seen before, deeper into the 5th floor. The architecture changed as they walked, less Gothic horror, more disciplined military. Weapon racks lined the walls. Training equipment filled alcoves. They stopped before a massive door carved with frost patterns. My personal armory, Cocytus said. Few have seen it. The door opened at his touch. Inside was a warrior's dream. Weapons of every conceivable type hung from walls and stood in racks, swords, spears, axes, maces, things Harry couldn't even name. Each one radiated power. Each one looked capable of killing gods. These are the weapons of champions, Cocytus explained. Collected over centuries. Some were wielded by the supreme beings themselves. Others were claimed from worthy opponents. Harry walked among them, feeling the magic pulse from each blade. Why show me this? Because you have earned it. Cocytus stopped before a particular rack. And because I wish to give you something. He reached out and took down a sword. It was beautiful, elegant silver blade, handle wrapped in what looked like dragon leather, a single gem embedded in the pommel that swirled with shifting colors. This is frost fire, Cocytus said. A blade that burns and freezes simultaneously. It has waited 300 years for a worthy wielder. Harry's eyes went wide. I can't accept, you can. You must. Cocytus pressed the sword into Harry's hands. Your magic is changing, adapting to both fire and ice. This blade will complement that evolution. And, his compound eyes seemed to soften. A warrior should have a weapon worthy of his spirit. The sword felt right in Harry's grip. Balanced. Alive. Like it had been waiting for him. Thank you, Harry said. I don't know what to say. Say nothing. Train hard. Bring honor to the blade. Cocytus turned back toward the door. Now come. You have other duties, and I have defenses to coordinate. Harry followed, frostfire at his hip, feeling something shift in his chest. This place was starting to feel less like a prison and more like a home. Dinner with Ainz had become a nightly ritual. They met in a small dining room, away from the formality of the throne room and the watchful eyes of the floor guardians. Harry ate while Ainz held wine he never drank, and they talked. About everything. About nothing. Tonight, Harry told Ainz about the training session. About his magic changing. About Cocytus's gift. Ainz listened with evident interest. May I see it? Harry drew frostfire and laid it on the table between them. The blade caught the candlelight, reflecting fire and ice simultaneously. Remarkable. Ainz reached out, skeletal fingers hovering over the blade without touching. Cocytus does not give gifts lightly. He must truly respect you. I'm not sure I deserve it. You do. Ainz's voice was firm. In less than a week, you have earned the respect of one of my most discerning guardians. That is not a small accomplishment. Harry sheathed the sword, feeling self-conscious. Speaking of accomplishments, Demiurge said something about a demonstration tomorrow. Something about showing Nazarick what I can do. Ah. Yes. Ainz sat back. The floor guardians have been curious about your capabilities. Many of them have only seen fragments, your fight with Clementine, your sparring with Cocytus. Demiurge suggested a formal demonstration might satisfy their curiosity and establish your position more clearly. My position as what? As someone worthy of being my consort. Not just by contract, but by merit. Ainz's red eyes met Harry's. There are still those who doubt you. Who see you as a burden or a threat. A demonstration of your abilities might change their minds. Harry thought about it. What kind of demonstration? Magical combat. Against opponents of your choosing. Non-lethal, of course, we want to showcase your skills, not create corpses. And if I lose? Then you lose, and we adjust accordingly. Ainz's tone was pragmatic. But I do not think you will lose. I have seen what you can do when pushed. It is impressive. Harry remembered the Cardinal. The raw power that had erupted from him when threatened. I don't even know what I did. It just happened. Which is why the demonstration is valuable. Controlled conditions. Deliberate effort. We need to understand your abilities as much as display them. Ainz paused. Unless you would prefer not to. I will not force this. No, I'll do it. Harry straightened. If it helps establish my position, helps people take me seriously, I'll do it. Good. Ainz reached across the table, and Harry took his hand without thinking about it. I will be watching. Whatever happens, know that I believe in you. The words shouldn't have meant as much as they did. Harry squeezed Ainz's hand and tried not to think about how natural this was becoming. The demonstration was held in the amphitheater on the 6th floor. Harry stood at the center of the arena, Frostfire at his hip, wand in hand. The stands were filled with Nazarick's denizens, maids, guards, lesser creatures, and seated in positions of honor, the floor guardians themselves. Ainz sat on a raised platform, watching with those inscrutable red eyes. Beside him, Albedo's expression was carefully neutral. Demiurge looked like a scientist observing an experiment. Welcome, Ainz's voice echoed through the arena, to this demonstration of our guest's capabilities. Harry Potter has proven himself in combat against the Theocracy's forces. Today, he will demonstrate his skills more formally. Harry rolled his shoulders, trying to shake off the nerves. This wasn't that different from dueling club at Hogwarts. Just with higher stakes and scarier opponents. The rules are simple, Ainz continued. Non-lethal combat. Surrender or incapacitation ends each match. Harry will face 3 opponents of increasing difficulty. 3 opponents. Harry had been expecting one. First opponent, Yuri Alpha, vice-captain of the Pleiades. A maid stepped onto the arena floor. Dark-haired, composed, with glasses that glinted in the magical lights. She moved like a predator in sheep's clothing. Begin. Yuri attacked. She was fast, faster than anything Harry had faced except maybe the Cardinal. Her fists blurred as she closed the distance, aiming for pressure points Harry didn't even know he had. Harry apparat backward, putting space between them. Fired a stunner. Yuri dodged it. Kept coming. Another apparition. Another spell. Yuri weaved through his attacks like water flowing around stones, never slowing, always advancing. Harry switched tactics. Instead of targeting Yuri directly, he targeted the ground beneath her feet, transfiguring stone to ice. Yuri slipped. Just for a moment. Harry's stunner caught her in the shoulder. She staggered but didn't fall. Her glasses had cracked, revealing eyes that burned with determination. Impressive, she said. And launched herself at him again. The next exchange was brutal. Harry conjured barriers, threw curses, used every trick he'd learned. Yuri broke through each one, getting closer, her fists coming nearer to connecting. Finally, Harry did something desperate. He drew frost fire and channeled magic through it. The sword blazed with combined fire and ice, a pillar of elemental force that erupted toward Yuri. She crossed her arms to block, but the impact sent her skidding backward across the arena. Harry followed up with a stunner. This time, it connected cleanly. Yuri collapsed. The arena went silent. Then, slowly, applause began. Not enthusiastic, more surprised. But genuine. First match to Harry Potter, Ainz announced. Second opponent, Hamsook. The giant hamster Harry had seen during the invasion bounded onto the field. Up close, it was even more ridiculous, a massive furry creature wearing armor and wielding a sword nearly as big as Harry. "I am Hamsook, the wise king of the forest," the hamster declared. "Prepare yourself, human." Harry blinked. Did that hamster just talk? "I am not a hamster. I am a Jungarian." "Right. Sorry." The match began. Hamsook was strong and surprisingly skilled, but lacked the speed and precision of Yuri. Harry danced around the creature's massive strikes, wearing it down with jinxes and minor curses. After 5 minutes, Hamsook was panting heavily, covered in magical welts. "I yield," the hamster wheezed. "You are truly skilled, human." "Thanks. You too." Harry wasn't even breathing hard. His magic felt good today, flowing easier than ever, responding to his intent almost before he consciously formed it. Second match to Harry Potter. Ainz's voice held a note of satisfaction. Final opponent. He paused. Shaltir Bloodfallen. The crowd murmured. Harry's stomach dropped. Shaltir walked onto the arena floor, and she wasn't holding back. Her dress had transformed into battle armor. Her eyes burned crimson. Power radiated from her in waves that made Harry's skin crawl. "Don't worry," Shaltir said sweetly. "I'll try not to break you too badly." "Lord Ainz." Albedo's voice cut through the murmurs. "Is this wise?" "The vampire is far beyond." Harry chose his opponents himself, Ainz said calmly. He knew what he was asking for. Harry had not known what he was asking for. When Demiurge had asked who he wanted to face, Harry had said, "Someone who'll actually challenge me." This was apparently Demiurge's idea of a challenge. "Begin." Shaltir didn't move. She was just there, in front of Harry, claws extended, fangs bared. Harry barely got his shield up in time. The impact sent him flying backward, crashing into the arena wall hard enough to crack stone. He rolled to his feet, ignoring the pain. Fired a curse. Shaltir caught it on her palm. It dissolved. "Cute," she said. "Try harder." Harry tried harder. He threw everything he had, stunners, reductor curses, fire spells, ice spells, the combined frost-fire attack that had worked on Yuri. Shaltir shrugged them off like rain. She wasn't just strong. She was in an entirely different league. "This is what you are," Shaltir said, stalking toward him. "A human. A mortal. Clever and brave, but fragile." Her claws extended further. "Lord Ainz may have accepted you. The contract may bind you. But you will never be our equal." She struck. Harry couldn't dodge. Couldn't block. Could only watch as those claws came toward his chest, and pushed. Not with a spell. Not with intention. Just raw, desperate magic, exploding outward from his core like a star going nova. Shaltir flew backward. Actually flew, launched across the arena, slamming into the far wall with enough force to crater stone. The crowd went dead silent. Harry stood at the center of a magical shockwave, power crackling around him like lightning. His eyes, he could feel them burning, though he couldn't see them, radiated light that wasn't entirely human. What, Shaltir said, picking herself up from the rubble, was that? Harry didn't know. But he could feel it, the same power that had erupted against Clementine, against the cardinal. Something that lived inside him, waiting to be called. Try again, he said. Shaltir's eyes narrowed. Then she smiled. Oh, she breathed. Oh, this is going to be fun. She attacked again. Harry met her with raw power, not refined spells, blasts of magic that met her strikes blow for blow. The arena shook with each exchange. Stone cracked. Light blazed. Shaltir was still stronger. Still faster. But Harry was wild, unpredictable, his magic surging in patterns even he didn't understand. They clashed at the center of the arena, her claws against his magic, neither giving ground. You're not bad, Shaltir admitted through gritted teeth. For a human. You're not bad either. Harry pushed harder. For a corpse. She laughed. Actually laughed, a sound of genuine delight. I'm starting to like you, Harry Potter. And then, impossibly, she stepped back. I yield, Shaltir announced. The arena erupted. What? Albedo was on her feet. You cannot, she didn't, the match was to demonstrate his capabilities, Shaltir said, her battle form receding. His capabilities have been demonstrated. Continuing would risk actual injury, to both of us. Harry stared at her. You're not injured. Neither are you. Shaltir's smile was sharp. But we would be, if we continued. And that would defeat the purpose. She turned to the crowd, raising her voice. This human is not our equal in raw power. But his magic is different. Unpredictable. Dangerous. He has earned his place among us. The murmuring in the crowd shifted. Less skeptical. More thoughtful. Ainz rose from his seat. The demonstration is concluded, he announced. Harry Potter has proven himself capable of standing among Nazarick's defenders. He is not merely my consort by contract. He is a warrior worthy of respect. The applause that followed was genuine. Harry stood in the center of the arena, exhausted, confused, and strangely proud. He'd done it. Whatever it was. Albedo found him in the corridors afterward. That was foolish, she said without preamble. Challenging Shaltir. You could have been killed. Shaltir yielded. She chose to yield. She could have torn you apart. But she didn't. Harry leaned against the wall, too tired to argue properly. Why does that bother you? Albedo was silent for a moment. Because I do not understand you, she finally said. You should be dead. You should be cowering. Instead, you challenge our strongest warriors and earn their respect. It makes no sense. Life doesn't make sense. I learned that a long time ago. Albedo stepped closer. Her expression was unreadable. Lord Ainz cares for you, she said quietly. I see it. The way he looks at you. The way he speaks of you. Something is changing in him, and you are the cause. Harry's heart beat faster. Is that a bad thing? I do not know. Albedo's golden eyes searched his face. For 300 years, I have loved Lord Ainz. Completely. Absolutely. I would die for him without hesitation. I would destroy worlds if he asked. I know. And now he looks at you the way I wish he looked at me. Her voice cracked, just slightly. It should make me hate you. It does make me hate you, in some ways. But I also see that he is happier. More alive. More like the supreme being I always believed he could be. Albedo took a shaky breath. If you are the cause of that, if your presence truly makes him better, then I cannot destroy you. No matter how much I might want to. Harry didn't know what to say. I will not stop watching you, Albedo continued. I will not stop protecting him. And if you ever hurt him, I will make your death last centuries. Understood. But for now. Albedo stepped back, composing herself. For now, I will accept your presence. And I will try to see what he sees in you. She turned and walked away. Harry watched her go, feeling like he'd just survived something more dangerous than Shaltir. That evening, Ainz found him on a balcony overlooking the underground lake of the 9th floor. You're troubled, Ainz said, settling beside him. Albedo talked to me. Ah. Ainz was quiet for a moment. She can be intense. She said you care about me. That it makes her jealous. Harry turned to face Ainz. Is it true? Do you care about me? The question hung in the air. Yes, Ainz said finally. I care about you, Harry Potter. More than I expected. More than I know how to handle. Because of the contract? At first, perhaps. The contract created proximity. Required interaction. But what I feel now. Ainz's skeletal hand reached out, almost touching Harry's cheek before stopping. What I feel now is not obligation. It is something else. What is it? I don't know. I've forgotten the names for human emotions. Forgotten how they feel, how they work. Ainz's voice was vulnerable in a way Harry had rarely heard. But when I am with you, I remember things. Warmth. Hope. The feeling that the future might hold something other than endless responsibility. Harry's throat tightened. Ainz. You don't have to say anything. I know this is complicated. I know I am not what you expected. Or what you might want. Ainz turned away, looking out at the lake. I just wanted you to know. What you have given me. How much it means. Harry reached out and took Ainz's hand. The skeleton went very still. I don't know what this is either, Harry said. I'm scared of it, honestly. Scared that the contract is manipulating us. Scared that my feelings aren't really mine. He squeezed tighter. But I know that when I'm with you, I feel less alone than I've felt in years. And that has to mean something. Harry. We don't have to figure it out tonight. We don't have to label it or define it or make any decisions. Harry moved closer, close enough that he could feel the cold radiating from Ainz's bones. But I want you to know that whatever this is, I'm not running from it. Ainz's free hand came up, this time actually touching Harry's cheek. The bones were cold, but the gesture was impossibly tender. You are extraordinary, Ainz whispered. Do you know that? In all my centuries, I have never met anyone like you. Is that good? Yes. Ainz's red eyes burned brighter. Yes, I think it is. They stood there on the balcony, hand in hand, watching the underground lake shimmer with reflected light. Neither of them moved to leave. Neither of them wanted to. The next morning brought chaos. Harry was woken by alarms, different from the invasion alerts, sharper, more urgent. He threw on clothes and raced into the corridor, nearly colliding with a panicked maid. What's happening? The wards, sir. Something's attacking the wards. Harry ran toward the throne room, following the sounds of shouting. When he arrived, he found organized pandemonium. Ainz stood at the center of a magical display showing Nazarick's defensive grid. Red alerts flashed across multiple sections. Report, Ainz commanded. The outer perimeter is under assault, Demiurge said, his usual composure cracked with tension. Not physical assault, magical. Something is trying to dissolve our barriers. The theocracy? No. The magical signature is. Demiurge hesitated. It's the contract. The same energy that binds Harry Potter. Everyone turned to look at Harry. The fragment, he said. It's making its move. Impossible. Demiurge shook his head. Our analysis suggested the fragment was weakened by the new contract terms. It shouldn't be capable of this level of assault. It's using the contract against us, Ainz said slowly. The connection between Harry and me, it goes both ways. The fragment is trying to follow that connection into Nazarick itself. Can you stop it? I'm trying. Ainz's hands moved through the display, manipulating energy flows Harry couldn't see. But it's adapting faster than I can counter. It's like fighting smoke. Harry stepped forward. Let me help. How? The contract is tied to me. My magic, my bloodline. If the fragment is using that connection, maybe I can disrupt it. That could be dangerous. More dangerous than letting it break through. Ainz hesitated. Then nodded. Do it. Harry closed his eyes. He reached for the contract, that warm hum that had become a constant presence since arriving in Nazarick. Found it. Grabbed hold of it. And pulled. The sensation was indescribable. Like trying to wrestle a river. Like grabbing lightning. The contract's energy surged through him, and with it came something else, the fragment's presence, cold and hungry and angry. You cannot stop me, the fragment hissed in his mind. I am the debt. I am the claim. You belong to me. No, Harry pushed back. The terms have changed. You have no power here. Lies. The debt was never about terms. It was about hunger. And I am so very hungry. The fragment pushed harder. Harry felt his defenses cracking. Then another presence joined him. Ainz. The Overlord's consciousness merged with Harry's at the point of contact, not taking over, but supporting. Reinforcing. Two minds pushing against the fragment together. You face us both now, Ainz's voice echoed. Withdraw, or be destroyed. You cannot destroy me, the fragment snarled. I am part of the contract itself. Destroy me, and you destroy your precious bond. Wrong. Harry's voice joined Ainz. You're a parasite on the contract. And we can cut parasites out. They pushed together. Not just with magic, with will. With the connection they'd built over days of conversation and combat and quiet evenings holding hands. The fragment screamed. And then, suddenly, it was gone. Harry's eyes snapped open. He was on his knees, gasping, with Ainz's hand on his shoulder. We drove it back, Ainz said. For now. The alarms faded. The red alerts on the display winked out one by one. What just happened? Albedo demanded. Lord Ainz, what did you do? What was necessary? Ainz helped Harry to his feet. The fragment attacked using the contract. We defended using the contract. The connection between Harry and myself proved stronger than the fragment's hold. The connection, Demiurge repeated slowly. You mean the bond between you? Yes. Silence fell over the throne room. The bond is real, Demiurge said. Not just terms on paper. An actual magical connection between you. Yes. And that connection was strong enough to repel the fragment. Yes. Demiurge's expression shifted through several emotions before settling on something like wonder. Lord Ainz. This changes everything. If the bond can be used defensively, if it grows stronger, then we have a weapon against the fragment, Ainz finished. I know. Harry leaned against Ainz, still recovering from the mental battle. What does that mean for us? Ainz looked down at him. Those red eyes held something new, not just warmth, but determination. It means we stop pretending, Ainz said. It means we acknowledge what's happening between us. And it means we use it, not just to satisfy the contract, but to destroy the fragment entirely. You want to weaponize our relationship? I want to strengthen it. The weapon aspect is a side effect. Ain's hand found Harry's. I want to stop being afraid of what I feel. I want to stop questioning whether it's real. I want to choose this, with you, and see where it leads. Harry's heart hammered. That sounds like. Like what? Harry smiled despite everything. Like you're asking me on a date. Ainz made that sound that was almost a laugh. I suppose I am. Will you accept? Around them, the floor guardians watched in various states of shock. Albedo looked like she was processing something painful. Demiurge was calculating furiously. Cocytus nodded with approval. Harry squeezed Ain's hand. Yeah, he said. Yeah, I'll accept. The contract pulsed between them, warm and bright. And somewhere in the void between worlds, the fragment watched with growing fear. The date happened that evening. Ainz had transformed one of the 9th floor's private gardens into something remarkable, floating lights that drifted like fireflies, a table set with candles and food, music playing from an invisible source. This is. Harry looked around, genuinely touched. You didn't have to do all this. I wanted to. Ainz gestured to the table. Please. Sit. They sat across from each other. Harry ate while Ainz held wine, and for once, the silence felt comfortable rather than tense. Tell me about your world, Ainz said. Not the war. Not the dark parts. Tell me about the things you loved. Harry thought about it. Quidditch. Flying on a broom at stupid speeds, chasing a tiny golden ball while other players tried to knock me off. It was terrifying and exhilarating and the only time I felt completely free. I would like to see that someday. I'd like to show you. Harry smiled. What about you? What did you love, before all this? Ainz was quiet for a moment. My friends. My guildmates. We built Nazarick together, you know. Every room, every defense, every guardian, we created it as a team. And then they left, one by one, until only I remained. That must have been lonely. It was. Is. Ain's voice softened. But less so now. Harry reached across the table. Ainz took his hand. The fragment was right about one thing, Harry said. I do need to belong somewhere. I've been looking for it my whole life, first at Hogwarts, then with the Order, then nowhere at all. And now? Now I'm starting to think I might have found it. Harry met Ain's eyes. Here. With you. As crazy as that sounds. It sounds perfect, Ainz said. To me, at least. They sat there as the floating lights drifted around them, hands intertwined, not needing to say anything more. It wasn't the end of their problems. The fragment was still out there. The theocracy was still planning. The contract's full resolution was still unclear. But in that moment, none of it mattered. What mattered was this: two people, broken in different ways, finding something whole together. And choosing it. Freely. Without coercion or obligation. Just choice. Later that night, they walked through the 9th floor's corridors, still hand in hand. There's something I should tell you, Ainz said. About the theocracy's attack. The Cardinal. We've been interrogating the survivors. Learn anything useful? They weren't just working with the fragment. They were being used by it. The fragment promised them power, promised them the ability to destroy Nazarick. But its real goal was always you. Me specifically. Your magic. Your bloodline. The connection to the contract. Ainz stopped walking. Harry, the fragment doesn't just want to collect the debt. It wants to consume you. Your power. Your soul. It believes absorbing you will restore it to full strength. Harry's blood chilled. And you? I'm secondary. A bonus. The real prize is what lives inside you, whatever that power is that erupts when you're threatened. Harry thought about the explosions of magic he couldn't control. The way his spells had changed since arriving. The light in his eyes that Shaltir had mentioned. Do you know what it is? I have theories. Ainz resumed walking. But we need more information. More research. And preferably, we need to do this before the fragment makes another attempt. Back to the library. Back to the library. They walked in silence for a moment. Ainz? Yes. Whatever happens, whatever we find out about my magic, about the fragment, about any of it, I'm glad I'm facing it with you. Ainz' hand tightened around his. As am I, Harry. As am I. The next morning, they began researching in earnest. The great library became Harry's second home. Titus, the skeletal librarian, worked tirelessly to find relevant materials. Demiurge contributed his own analysis. Even Albedo helped, her jealousy apparently subordinated to her duty. And slowly, patterns began to emerge. Harry's magic wasn't just from his world. Wasn't just inherited from his parents. The Potter bloodline carried something older, a seed of power planted by the original contract, 800 years ago. Your ancestor didn't just make a deal, Demiurge explained, pointing to an ancient text. He was changed by it. The World Eater infused the Potter bloodline with a fragment of its own power as collateral. That fragment has been growing, generation after generation, waiting to be harvested. So I'm, what? Part World Eater. A very small part. Diluted through centuries of human breeding. But it's there, and it's awakening. Demiurge's glasses gleamed. The proximity to Nazarick, to Lord Ainz, who absorbed the World Eater's main essence, is accelerating the process. Is that dangerous? Unknown. The power itself seems benign, raw magical potential without malicious intent. But the fragment wants it back. Needs it, in fact, to fully restore itself. Harry looked at his hands. At the faint golden lines that sometimes appeared when his magic surged. So the fragment and I are connected. More than just through the contract. Yes. You carry a piece of its progenitor. That's why it's so desperate to claim you, you're not just a debt. You're a missing piece of itself. Harry felt sick. Hey. Ainz' hand found his shoulder. This changes nothing. You're still you. Whatever power lives inside you doesn't define you. Easy for you to say. You're not part monster. I am a monster. Literally. Ainz' voice was dry. A skeleton. An undead. A being that should not exist. And yet you still hold my hand. Still look at me without fear. Harry met his eyes. That's different. Is it? We are both more than what we were born with. What matters is what we choose to do. Ainz squeezed his shoulder. And we choose to fight. Together. Harry took a breath. Let it out slowly. Okay. So I'm part World Eater. What do we do with that? We use it. Demiurge's eyes gleamed. If you carry a piece of the original entity, you might be able to command some of its power. Turn the fragment's weapon against it. How? Training. Focus. Learning to access the power deliberately instead of accidentally. Demiurge glanced at Ainz. With Lord Ainz' assistance, you might be able to merge your fragment with his absorbed essence. Create something new. Something stronger than either alone. Ainz went very still. You're suggesting we combine our powers? I'm suggesting you complete the bond. Demiurge's voice held an edge of excitement. The contract created a connection. The emotional bond strengthened it. But there's a third level, a magical fusion that would link you completely. Two halves of the World Eater's essence, reunited. What would that mean? For us? Unknown. But it would certainly satisfy the debt's requirements. And it would give you the power to destroy the fragment permanently. Harry looked at Ainz. Ainz looked at Harry. A magical fusion. Complete bonding. Becoming something new, together. It was terrifying. It was also, Harry realized, exactly what he wanted. "Let's do it," he said. Ainz' red eyes burned brighter. "Are you certain? This would be permanent. Irreversible. So is everything that matters." Harry took Ainz' hand. "I'm tired of half measures. Tired of waiting for the fragment to attack again. Let's end this." Ainz was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Very well. We'll begin preparations immediately." Demiurge practically vibrated with academic excitement. "The ritual will need to be calibrated precisely. We'll need materials from the treasury. And the timing should coincide with the contract's natural resonance cycles." He kept talking, but Harry wasn't really listening. He was looking at Ainz. At the skeleton who had become his ally. His friend. His. Something more than friend. And he knew, with absolute certainty, that this was right. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Chapter 5, What Monsters Fear. The Theocracy Scouts died quietly. Harry watched from the shadows as Shaltir dispatched the last one, her movements so fast they barely registered. 3 humans in white and gold uniforms, creeping toward Nazarick's outer perimeter, now nothing but cooling corpses. "That's the 4th patrol this week," Shaltir said, wiping her claws clean. "They're getting bolder. Or more desperate." Harry stepped out of concealment, frostfire at his hip. "The fragments pushing them. Using them as probes. Cannon fodder." "Exactly. They'd been running these intercept missions for 3 days now, ever since the fragment's assault on Nazarick's wards." Ainz had assigned Harry to work with Shaltir, partly for protection, partly to strengthen ties between them. The vampire had gone from wanting to kill him to something approaching genuine partnership. War made strange allies. "We should report back," Shaltir said. "Lord Ainz will want to know about the increased activity." Harry nodded, but something made him pause. A feeling at the edge of his awareness. The fragment's presence, cold and watching, just beyond his perception. "It's here," he said quietly. "Watching us." Shaltir went still. "Where?" "Everywhere. Nowhere." Harry closed his eyes, reaching for that part of himself he was still learning to control. The World Eater fragment pulsed inside him, responding to its progenitor's remnant. It's not physical. It's just, observing. Waiting. For what? For us to make a mistake. They stood in silence for a moment, surrounded by dead scouts and the weight of invisible eyes. Then Shaltir grabbed Harry's arm. "Move." She teleported them both, and the space they'd occupied exploded. Harry hit the ground hard, rolling, coming up with wand and sword ready. Where they'd been standing was now a crater of twisted stone and black fire. "That was close," Shaltir breathed. "Too close." Harry scanned the area. Nothing visible. Nothing tangible. But the fragment's presence was stronger now, pressing against his senses. "It's testing my reflexes. Learning how I react. Then let's give it something to learn." Shaltir launched into the air, her battle form manifesting. Harry followed on the ground, tracking the fragment's attention through his inherited connection. There, a concentration of wrongness, hovering just at the edge of reality. Reducto. His curse hit something. The air shimmered, and for a moment, Harry saw it, a mass of shadow and hunger, eyes upon eyes upon eyes, exactly as it had appeared in his dreams. Then it was gone. "Did you get it?" Shaltir landed beside him. "No. Just drove it off." Harry's hands were shaking. "But I saw it. It's getting more solid. More real. That's bad. That's very bad. They exchanged looks. We need to accelerate the ritual, Shaltir said. Whatever Lord Ainz is planning, it needs to happen soon. Harry couldn't agree more. The throne room was tense when they returned. Ainz stood at the center of a magical display that had grown more complex over the past days. Multiple screens showed defensive positions, energy readings, and something new, a visualization of the fragment's growing presence around Nazarick. Report, Ainz commanded. Harry told him everything. The scouts. The attack. The fragment's brief manifestation. Ainz absorbed the information without visible reaction, but Harry had learned to read the subtle shifts in his posture. The way his fingers tightened around his staff. The barely perceptible dimming of his eye flames. He was worried. The fragment is accelerating its timeline, Demiurge said. Our projections suggested we had weeks before it could manifest physically. This changes the calculations significantly. How long do we have now? Days. Perhaps less. Demiurge pushed his glasses up. The fusion ritual must be completed before the fragment achieves full manifestation. Otherwise, we'll be fighting it at full strength. Can the ritual be ready in time? The preparations are nearly complete. We've gathered all necessary materials. The only remaining factor is... Demiurge glanced at Harry. The participants themselves. Ainz turned to Harry. Those red eyes held something complex, determination, concern, and something softer that Harry had learned to recognize. Harry. We need to talk. Privately. Harry nodded. They withdrew to Ainz's private study, leaving the throne room buzzing with activity. Once the door closed, Ainz's formal posture relaxed slightly. The ritual is dangerous, he said without preamble. I need you to understand that. I know. No, you don't. Not fully. Ainz moved to the window, staring out at nothing. The fusion will merge our magical essences. The World Eater fragments inside us will become one. We will be connected in ways that go beyond the contract, beyond anything either of us has experienced. I understand. Do you? Because there's no coming back from this. No separation. No divorce. Ainz turned to face him. If we do this, we are bound forever. Completely. Totally. Harry walked toward him. Ainz. Look at me. The skeleton met his eyes. I've spent my entire life being bound to things I didn't choose. Prophecies. Expectations. Contracts. Harry stopped directly in front of Ainz, close enough to touch. For once, I want to choose my own chains. And I choose you. Even knowing what I am. What I've done. I know you've killed. Built an empire on conquest. Done things that would horrify people in my world. Harry reached out, taking Ainz's skeletal hand. I also know you've protected your people. Given them purpose. Tried to be fair even when it would have been easier to be cruel. You're not a hero. But you're not a monster either. Then what am I? You're Ainz O'Gown. Supreme being. Last of his guild. And, Harry's voice softened. The person I've chosen to face eternity with. Ainz was very still. Then his free hand came up to cup Harry's cheek, bones cool against warm skin. I don't deserve you, he whispered. Probably not. But you're stuck with me anyway. That almost laugh again. Harry was starting to love that sound. The ritual is scheduled for tomorrow night, Ainz said. The convergence of magical energies will be optimal then. But there's something I need to do first. What? This. Ainz leaned in and pressed his skull to Harry's forehead. It should have been awkward. Should have been weird, a skeleton attempting intimacy with a living human. But magic sparked between them, warm and bright, and Harry felt Ainz's presence wash over him. Not possessive. Not controlling. Just, there. With him. Part of him. I've wanted to do that for days, Ainz admitted when he pulled back. But I wasn't sure if you would. Harry grabbed his skull and kissed him. Or tried to, anyway. Kissing a skeleton was logistically challenging. But the intent was there, the magic responding, and Ainz made a sound that might have been surprise or joy or both. You are full of surprises, Ainz said when they separated. Told you. Family trait. They stood there, hands intertwined, foreheads touching, and for a moment, the war and the fragment and everything else faded away. Just two people, choosing each other. It was enough. The theocracy struck that night. Harry was in his quarters, preparing for bed, when the alarms began. Different from before, sharper, more urgent. Not probing attacks this time. A full assault. He was armed and moving before the first explosion shook the walls. The corridors were chaos. Maids rushed past with weapons. Guards formed defensive lines. Someone was screaming orders, but Harry couldn't make out the words over the sounds of combat. He found Shaltir at the first intersection, covered in blood that wasn't hers. They breached the 4th floor, she shouted. Teleportation anchors, dozens of them. And they brought something big this time. Where's Ainz? Throne room, coordinating defenses. Go. I'll hold this sector. Harry ran. The closer he got to the throne room, the worse the damage became. Holes in walls. Scorch marks. Bodies, mostly theocracy soldiers, but some Nazarick servants too. The tomb was fighting for its life. He burst through the throne room doors and found Ainz in full combat mode. The Overlord was magnificent. Spells flowed from him in continuous streams, devastating magic that carved through enemy formations like scythes through wheat. Around him, the floor guardians fought their own battles. Albedo was a whirlwind of destruction. Cocytus moved like winter itself. Demiurge's tactics directed the overall defense. But the theocracy kept coming. Endless waves of soldiers, priests, and something else, creatures that shouldn't exist, twisted and wrong, obviously fragment-touched. Harry. Ainz spotted him across the chaos. The fragment is using the attack as cover. It's trying to manifest in the lower floors. What do we do? Stop it. Ainz's voice carried above the battle sounds. You're the only one who can track it. Go. We'll hold here. Harry hesitated. Leaving Ainz in the middle of a battle felt wrong. But the fragment was the real threat. If it achieved full manifestation, none of this would matter. Be careful, he shouted. Always. Harry ran. The 5th floor was a nightmare. The fragment's presence saturated everything, making the air thick and wrong. Harry moved through corridors that seemed to shift around him, reality itself becoming unstable. He followed his inherited connection, letting the World Eater piece inside him guide his steps. Closer. Closer. The fragment's attention focused on him as he approached. You come to me willingly, its voice echoed in his mind. How convenient. I come to end this. You cannot end me. I am the debt. I am the claim. I have existed since before your world had words for what I am. Everything ends eventually. Harry rounded a corner and found it. The fragment had manifested in a massive chamber, one of the tomb's storage areas, now transformed into something like a cocoon of darkness. Shadow stuff pulsed and writhed, slowly condensing into a more solid form. Eyes opened everywhere, focused on Harry. You carry my progenitor's seed, the fragment said. I can feel it calling to me. Yearning to return. To be whole. It's not yours. It's mine. Nothing is yours, Harry Potter. You are borrowed matter shaped by borrowed time. The debt must be paid. Harry raised Frostfire. The blade blazed with combined fire and ice, reflecting the chaos around them. The debt's terms have changed. Ainz and I have our own agreement. You have no claim on either of us. Lies. The fragment's voice shook the chamber. The original contract supersedes any modifications. I was there at the beginning. I brokered the deal. Your ancestor sold you to me, not to some game-spawned pretender. Ainz inherited your progenitor's role. That includes its contracts. Inherited? Inherited? The fragment laughed, a sound like breaking glass. The Overlord consumed my progenitor's power. Not its essence. Not its will. I am what remains of the true core. I am the debt collector. And I have come to collect. It attacked. Shadow tendrils erupted from every surface, grasping, pulling, trying to drag Harry into the fragment's mass. He slashed with frost fire and ice carving through darkness. Spells flew from his wand, curses, hexes, raw magic blasts. But for every tendril he cut, 2 more appeared. The fragment was too big, too dispersed, too everywhere. You cannot fight me alone, the fragment taunted. You need your skeleton. Your protector. But he is occupied, isn't he? Fighting my distractions while I consume you here. Ainz will come. Will he? Or will he choose Nazarick over you? His people over one human? Doubt crept in. Harry pushed it down. He'll come. So certain. So naive. Tendrils wrapped around Harry's ankles, his wrists, pulling him toward the mass. But it doesn't matter. By the time he arrives, you will be part of me. Your power. Your bloodline. Your precious connection. All mine. Harry struggled, but the tendrils were too strong. He felt himself being pulled closer to the fragment's core. And then, explosion. Pure, devastating force ripped through the chamber. The tendrils holding Harry disintegrated. The fragment screamed. Ainz' old gown strode through the destruction, robes billowing, eye flames blazing like twin suns. You touched what is mine, Ainz said. His voice was ice and death and fury. That was a mistake. The Overlord arrives. The fragment reconstituted itself, smaller now, damaged. How touching. The skeleton comes to save its pet. He is not my pet. Ainz raised his hand. Grasp heart. The fragment convulsed. For a moment, Harry saw something like a heart at its center, dark and pulsing and vulnerable. But it didn't die. You cannot kill me with that trick, the fragment hissed. I have no true heart. No single point of weakness. I am dispersed. Then I will destroy every part of you. Ainz began casting. Spell after spell, each one devastating, each one tearing chunks from the fragment's mass. But the fragment was regenerating. Pulling substance from the walls, the floor, reality itself. You cannot win, it said. Neither of you can. Not separately. Harry pushed to his feet, standing beside Ainz. Then we don't fight separately. He grabbed Ainz' hand. The contact sparked something. The connection between them, contract and choice and something deeper, flared to life. Harry felt Ainz' power flowing into him, his own power flowing out. Meeting. Mixing. Becoming something new. The ritual, Ainz breathed. It's starting on its own. Let it. They held on to each other as the magic built. The fragment attacked, desperate now, trying to separate them. But the power growing between them was too strong, creating a barrier nothing could breach. No. The fragment's voice rose to a shriek. You cannot do this. The fusion requires preparation. Concentration. You'll destroy yourselves. Maybe, Harry said. But we'll destroy you first. The power peaked. And released. The explosion was visible from outside Nazarick. Every floor guardian felt it. Every servant, every monster, every being tied to the great tomb. A pulse of magic so powerful it briefly made night into day. When it faded, the storage chamber was gone. Replaced by a crater of smooth glass. At the center, two figures stood. Harry and Ainz, still holding hands, surrounded by fading light. The fragment was gone. Not just driven off, destroyed. Harry could feel the absence where its presence had been. An emptiness that was somehow comforting. "Is it over?" he asked. His voice sounded strange. Layered, almost, like it contained harmonics that hadn't been there before. "The fragment is destroyed." Ainz's voice had changed too. Deeper. More resonant. "But the fusion is still happening. We need to," he stopped. Looked down at their joined hands. Where they touched, golden light was spreading. Not painful, warm, welcoming, inevitable. It crawled up their arms, into their bodies, connecting them on a level that went beyond physical contact. "I can feel you," Harry whispered. "In my head. Your thoughts. Your memories. Everything. And I feel you." Ainz's voice held wonder. "Your entire life. Your pain. Your hope. Your love." The light reached their chests. Their hearts, Harry's beating, Ainz's metaphysical, synchronized. "This is permanent," Ainz said. "We won't be able to hide anything from each other. Every secret. Every fear. Every weakness. I know. You're not afraid." Harry looked at the skeleton who had become his whole world. At the red eyes that now held something like tears. "I'm terrified," he admitted. "But I'd rather face it with you than run from it alone." The light consumed them. And they became something new. When Harry opened his eyes, he was lying on his back, staring at a ceiling he didn't recognize. Soft bed beneath him. Warm blankets. The scent of something floral. He sat up, and immediately noticed the changes. His hands glowed faintly. Golden lines traced his veins, visible through his skin. When he focused, he could feel everything, every spell in Nazarick, every ward, every magical creature. The tomb was alive around him, and he was connected to all of it. But more than that, he could feel Ainz. Not just nearby. Inside him. A constant presence, warm and steady, like a second heartbeat. "You're awake," Ainz's voice said. Not out loud, directly in his mind. "Good." The healers were worried. "Where are you?" "Throne room. Dealing with the aftermath." A sense of wry amusement through the connection. "Apparently, our fusion caused some structural damage. Demiurge is very excited about the implications." Harry swung his legs out of bed, testing his balance. He felt different, stronger, more aware, more present. Like his whole life before had been viewed through fog, and now the fog was gone. "How long was I unconscious?" 16 hours. "I wanted to stay, but, duty calls." "I understand." He could feel Ainz's gratitude through the bond. The connection went both ways, every emotion, every thought, constantly shared. It should have been overwhelming. Instead, it felt natural. Complete. Harry got dressed and went to find his husband. The throne room was crowded when Harry arrived. Floor guardians, area guardians, servants, and creatures he didn't recognize, all gathered, all watching as Ainz addressed them from his throne. And when Harry entered, they all turned to look at him. The stares were different now. Before, he'd been a curiosity. An intruder. A contractual obligation. Now he saw respect in those eyes. Fear in some. Wonder in others. "Harry." Ainz's voice carried across the room, warm despite its formal tone. "Join me. Harry walked through the parted crowd. The golden lines on his skin seemed brighter here, responding to Nazarick's ambient magic. When he reached the throne, Ainz took his hand. The contact amplified their bond. Through Ainz's senses, Harry could see himself, glowing with power, standing tall, looking like someone who belonged beside an overlord. "Citizens of Nazarick," Ainz announced. "The threat of the fragment has been eliminated. The slain theocracy's assault has been repelled. We have lost 37 servants, whose sacrifices will be honored." A moment of silence for the fallen. But from this battle, something new has emerged. Ainz raised Harry's hand, displaying their intertwined fingers. "The fusion ritual has been completed. Harry Potter and I are now bound in ways that transcend contract or choice. We are one." Murmurs through the crowd. "This changes nothing about your duties," Ainz continued. "Nazarick remains Nazarick. Your roles remain your roles. But Harry is no longer merely my consort. He is my equal. An attack on him is an attack on me. His word carries my authority. Is this understood?" "Yes, Lord Ainz." The response was thunderous, unanimous. "Good." Ainz's tone softened. "Then let us begin rebuilding. We have much work to do." The crowd dispersed, floor guardians heading to their duties, servants rushing to repair damage. Soon only Harry and Ainz remained in the throne room, and Albedo, hovering at a respectful distance. "Albedo," Ainz said. "You may approach." The overseer came forward. Her expression was carefully controlled, but Harry could feel her emotions through Ainz's awareness of her: grief, acceptance, a deep and painful love. "Lord Ainz." "Lord." "Harry." The second name came with effort. "I congratulate you on the successful fusion. Nazarick is stronger for it." "Thank you, Albedo." Ainz's voice was gentle. "I know this is difficult for you. My feelings are irrelevant." "They are not irrelevant. They never have been." Ainz released Harry's hand and stepped toward Albedo. "You have served me faithfully for 3 centuries. Your love has been a constant, even when I could not return it. I am sorry I cannot give you what you want." Albedo's composure cracked. Tears gathered in her golden eyes. "I only want your happiness, Lord Ainz. If he," she glanced at Harry. "If he makes you happy, then that is enough." "He does." Ainz touched her cheek, wiping away a tear. "But your happiness matters too. I want you to find someone who can love you the way you deserve to be loved. There is no one else. There might be, someday. Keep your heart open." Ainz stepped back. "And know that your place in Nazarick is secure. You are still my overseer. Still my most trusted subordinate. That will never change." Albedo bowed, hiding her face. "Thank you, Lord Ainz." She left, moving quickly, and Harry felt a pang of sympathy for her. 300 years of devotion, and her love had been displaced by a stranger from another world. "That was kind," he said to Ainz. "It was necessary. And true." Ainz returned to his throne, pulling Harry down to sit beside him. "I should have addressed her feelings centuries ago. I was a coward. You were lonely. It's hard to reject the only affection available, even when you can't return it." "Perhaps." Ainz leaned against Harry, skull resting on his shoulder. "I'm glad I don't have to be lonely anymore." Harry wrapped an arm around his husband, that was real now, and felt their bond hum with contentment. "Neither of us does." 2 days later, Hermione's response arrived. Harry had almost forgotten about the message he'd asked to send, so much had happened since then. But Ainz had followed through, establishing a communication link with Harry's world at significant magical cost. And now, finally, there was an answer. The message materialized in Harry's quarters, written in Hermione's precise handwriting on magical parchment. Harry, oh thank Merlin you're alive. We've been searching for weeks. The Aurors have no idea what happened, but I knew something magical was involved. The residue in your kitchen was unlike anything in our records. I've been researching the Potter family history, as you asked. What I found is disturbing. There was a contract, made by a Potter ancestor during the Founder's era. The records are fragmentary, but I pieced together enough. Whatever claimed you had a legitimate debt. I'm so sorry. But here's the thing, the contract's original terms specified service until the balance is paid. Magical contracts like this usually have specific conditions for fulfillment. If you can identify what actually constitutes payment, you might be able to satisfy the debt and return home. I've included my research notes with this letter. They're keyed to your magical signature, so only you can read them. There might be something useful in there. Ron sends his love. Ginny has been organizing search parties, even though I keep telling her you're probably not on Earth anymore. The Weasleys are worried sick. We all are. Please respond if you can. Let us know you're okay. I miss you. Love, Hermione. Harry read the letter 3 times. Home. He could go home. Except. He felt Ainz's awareness touch his mind. Harry. What is it? Hermione responded. She thinks she might have found a way for me to leave. Silence through the bond. Then, I see. Harry could feel Ainz's emotions, fear, grief, desperate hope that Harry might stay, guilt for wanting him to stay. Everything raw and unfiltered. Ainz. I'm not leaving. The bond doesn't trap you here. If there's a way, I know there's a way. Hermione's brilliant. If she says she can find a solution, she will. Harry set the letter down, reaching for his husband through their connection. But I don't want to leave. This is my home now. You're my home. Your friends miss you. Your world, my world treated me like a weapon and then a statue. My friends have their own lives. Harry sent his certainty through the bond, letting Ainz feel the truth of it. I love them. I'll always love them. But I've found something here that I never had there. Purpose. Belonging. You. Ainz's emotional response was overwhelming, relief, gratitude, love so profound it made Harry's eyes water. I don't deserve you, Ainz said again. Probably not. But you're stuck with me anyway. That almost laugh, transmitted directly through their bond. I believe you've said that before. It bears repeating. Harry picked up the letter again. He would respond to Hermione, let her know he was safe and happy. Maybe someday he'd visit his world again. But his future was here, in Nazarick, with the people, and the skeleton, he'd come to love. There is one thing, he said to Ainz. Hermione's research might help us understand the original contract better. Maybe prevent anything like the fragment from happening again. Send for her notes. We'll study them together. Together. Harry smiled. I like the sound of that. The following week was one of rebuilding. The Theocracy's assault had caused significant damage to Nazarick's middle floors. Repair crews worked around the clock, supervised by Demiurge's meticulous planning. The fallen were mourned and remembered. Defenses were strengthened. And Harry found his place. He trained with Cositus every morning, his evolved magic now fully integrated with his combat style. Frostfire sang in his hands, responding to his will like an extension of his body. The fusion with Ainz had enhanced his abilities beyond anything he'd imagined. He could draw on the Overlord's vast magical reserves when needed, though he tried to be sparing about it. He researched in the library every afternoon, working with Titus and Demiurge to understand the implications of his transformation. The World Eater fragments within him and Ainz had merged completely, creating something new, a hybrid entity that existed in both of them simultaneously. You're essentially one being in two bodies now, Demiurge explained during one session. Physically separate but magically unified. There's no precedent for this in any of our records. Is that dangerous? Unknown. But the power readings are remarkable. Together, you and Lord Ainz are stronger than either of you were separately. Significantly stronger. Harry filed that away. Power was useful, but it came with responsibility. He'd learned that lesson the hard way in his old life. Evenings were for Ainz. They walked the 9th floor gardens. Shared meals, or Harry ate while Ainz held wine, their ongoing ritual. Talked about everything and nothing. Existed in comfortable silence, their bond filling the spaces where words weren't needed. One night, Ainz took Harry to a place he'd never shown anyone. Deep in the tomb, below even the 10th floor, was a chamber that held the remnants of the original Yggdrasil Guild Hall. Banners with the Ainz Olgown symbol. Trophies from ancient victories. And photographs, actual photographs, from Ainz' human life, showing smiling people in front of computer screens. My friends, Ainz said softly. My guildmates. They created Nazarick with me. And then they left, one by one, until I was alone. Harry looked at the photos. Ordinary people, in an ordinary world, who had built something extraordinary together. Do you think they remember you? I don't know. In their world, Yggdrasil ended. I might just be a memory of a game they used to play. Ainz's voice held old pain. But here, I have Nazarick. I have the Guardians. I have the legacy we built together. You have me. Ainz turned to face him. Yes. I have you. They stood in silence, surrounded by memories of a life that no longer existed. Thank you, Ainz said finally. For being here. For choosing this. For choosing me. Thank you for giving me something worth choosing. Harry took his husband's hand, and they walked out of the memorial together. Behind them, the photographs seemed to smile. The slain theocracy's response to their failed assault came 3 days later. It wasn't another attack. It was a message. Demiurge brought it to the throne room, his expression carefully neutral. A diplomatic communication, Lord Ainz. Hand-delivered by a human emissary under flag of truce. Ainz took the scroll. Read it. His eye flames flickered. They want to negotiate. Harry felt surprise through their bond. After everything they've done. The assault cost them significantly. Nearly a third of their special forces. Several powerful magic items. And their alliance with the fragment, Ainz set the scroll down. They discovered too late what they were dealing with. The fragment killed their Pontifex Maximus before we destroyed it. They're leaderless and desperate. What do they want? Peace. Recognition. A promise that we won't retaliate for the assault. Ainz's tone was thoughtful. And something else. They want to meet you. Me. The human who destroyed the fragment. The consort of the Sorcerer King. You've become a figure of fascination to them. Ainz's voice held amusement. They can't decide if you're a traitor to humanity or humanity's secret weapon. Harry snorted. I'm just a guy who fell through a portal. You're considerably more than that now. Ainz stood. I'm inclined to accept the negotiation. The theocracy has been a thorn in my side for centuries. If we can neutralize them diplomatically rather than militarily, it saves resources for other challenges. Other challenges? The fragment may be destroyed, but others know about you now. About US. The Riestai's kingdom has been watching. The Baharuth Empire has sent inquiries. Even the Dragon Lords have shown interest. Ainz's voice hardened. The power we demonstrated, the fusion, the destruction of an entity that scared even ancient beings, it has made us a target. So we trade one enemy for a dozen. We trade one enemy for potential allies and enemies. The political landscape has shifted. We need to navigate it carefully. Harry absorbed this. In his old life, he'd hated politics, the machinations, the compromises, the endless maneuvering. But here, with Ainz, it felt different. More like a game they could win together. All right. We meet with the theocracy. But on our terms. In Nazarick. With full security protocols. Ainz smiled, or performed the skeletal approximation of one. Agreed. I'll have Demiurge arrange the details. And Ainz? Yes. Harry met his husband's eyes. Whatever they're planning, because they're definitely planning something, we face it together. Always, Harry. Always. The night before the theocracy delegation arrived, Harry dreamed. Not of the fragment this time. It was gone, truly destroyed. But something else reached out to him in the space between waking and sleep. He found himself in a forest, not Nazarick's 6th floor, but somewhere else. Somewhere that felt like home in a way he couldn't explain. A figure waited among the trees. Tall, impossibly beautiful, with features that shifted whenever Harry tried to focus on them. Harry Potter. The figure's voice was like wind through leaves. Or should I say, Harry of Nazarick. Who are you? I am what remains of the World Eater's consciousness. Not a fragment seeking to consume, I am the wisdom of what was. The memories. The knowledge. The figure smiled. I have been watching you. Both of you. Why? Because you accomplished something remarkable. You took the debt, the contract that was meant to destroy, and transformed it into connection. Love. Choice. The figure drifted closer. I did not think it was possible. The original debt was designed to be parasitic. Exploitative. You changed its nature through sheer force of will. Harry tensed. Is this a threat? No. It is a gift. The figure extended its hand. I am the last remnant of my progenitor's true self, not the hunger, not the debt, but the entity that existed before it was corrupted by isolation and emptiness. I offer you access to that knowledge. The secrets of interdimensional magic. The truth of what you have become. In exchange for what? Nothing. I am dying, Harry Potter. Fading, as all remnants eventually do. But before I go, I wish to leave something good in the world. Something that might prevent another entity from falling into the trap my progenitor did. Harry studied the figure. Through his bond with Ainz, he felt his husband's distant awareness, sleeping, but present, ready to wake if needed. How do I know I can trust you? You don't. Trust is a choice, like everything else that matters. The figure's smile was sad. But I can show you something. A memory of what my progenitor once was, before the loneliness drove it mad. The forest shifted. Harry saw a being of light, not shadow, not hunger, but radiant energy that moved between worlds, connecting distant realities, facilitating travel and communication across the cosmos. A helper, not a predator. This is what we were, the figure said. Before we were alone. Before the isolation corrupted us. Your ancestors' prayer reached us when we had been alone for millennia, and we answered it the only way we knew how anymore, through debt. Through claiming. Through the only connection we could still conceive of. The vision faded. You're saying the World Eater wasn't always evil. Evil is a small word for a vast tragedy. The figure began to fade at the edges. Take my gift, Harry Potter. Use it wisely. And remember, the bonds you forge through choice will always be stronger than the ones imposed through force. The figure reached out. Harry, after a moment's hesitation, took its hand. Knowledge flooded into him. He woke gasping, Ainz already beside him. Harry. What happened? I felt something through the bond, I'm okay. I'm okay. Harry sat up, his mind reeling with new information. The World Eater. What was left of it, the good part, if there was such a thing. It just gave me everything. Everything. Its memories. Its knowledge. How to travel between dimensions. How to prevent this from ever happening again. Harry looked at his hands, still faintly glowing. And the truth about what we've become. Ainz sat on the edge of the bed. Tell me. Harry took a breath and organized his new knowledge. The fusion didn't just merge our power. It created something new. A bridge between worlds. We're anchors now, living connections between realities. If we wanted to, we could open portals. Travel between dimensions. Visit my old world or explore new ones. Ainz was silent. But there's a responsibility that comes with it, Harry continued. The original World Eater went mad from isolation. Became a parasite because it forgot how to connect without consuming. We have to be careful. We have to stay grounded. Stay connected to people we love. Otherwise we become what we destroyed. Exactly. They sat together in the darkness, processing the implications. This changes things, Ainz said finally. If we can travel between worlds, open portals, the political ramifications alone. We don't have to tell anyone. Not yet. Not until we understand it better. Agreed. Ainz took Harry's hand. But eventually, we should visit your world. Let your friends know you're okay. Let them see what you've become. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. You do that? Travel to my dimension just so I can see my friends? I would do considerably more than that for you. Ainz's voice was soft. You are my husband. My partner. My home. Wherever you need to go, I go with you. Harry leaned into Ainz, feeling their bond pulse with shared emotion. Later, he said. First, we deal with the theocracy. Then we figure out the dimensional bridge thing. One crisis at a time. One crisis at a time, Ainz agreed. Together. Together. Outside their window, dawn was breaking over the underground realm of Nazarick. A new day. A new chapter. A new world of possibilities. And Harry Potter, once a boy defined by prophecies he never chose, faced the future with something he'd never truly had before. Choice. And love. And a skeleton who would walk beside him through whatever came next. Chapter 6, Between Two Worlds. The theocracy delegation arrived at noon. Harry watched from the throne room balcony as the procession entered Nazarick's gates. 7 figures in white and gold robes, flanked by guards who looked terrified despite their disciplined posture. At the head of the group walked a woman with silver hair and eyes that radiated barely contained power. Zeshi Zetsumii, Ainz said through their bond. The theocracy's strongest warrior. Half-elf, though they'd never admit to having non-human blood in their leadership. She survived the assault because she wasn't part of it. Why send their strongest to a peace negotiation? Because they're afraid. And because she requested it personally. Ainz's mental voice held curiosity. She wants to meet you specifically. The human who bonded with an undead overlord. Harry descended from the balcony, adjusting his new robes. Demiurge had insisted on a wardrobe upgrade, dark fabric trimmed with gold, subtle but unmistakably marking him as Nazarick's co-ruler. The golden lines on his skin seemed to glow brighter against the material. Ready? Ainz asked aloud as Harry joined him by the throne. As I'll ever be. The throne room doors opened. The theocracy delegation entered in formation, Zeshi at the center. Up close, she was striking, heterochromatic eyes, one black and one red, set in a face that combined human softness with elven angles. She moved like a predator pretending to be civilized. Sorcerer King. Zeshi's voice was controlled, but Harry could feel her tension through the ambient magic. Thank you for receiving us. The theocracy requested this meeting. I am merely being gracious. Ainz's voice held the formal coldness he used for diplomacy. You may state your terms. Our terms are simple. We seek an end to hostilities. Recognition of our sovereignty within our current borders. A mutual non-aggression pact. Zeshi's eyes flicked to Harry. And answers. Answers to what? To him. Zeshi stepped forward, ignoring the floor guardians who tensed at her movement. You are Harry Potter. The human who destroyed our fragment ally. The consort who bonded with the Sorcerer King. Guilty as charged. How? Zeshi's composure cracked slightly. How did you do it? The fragment was older than our gods. More powerful than anything we've ever encountered. And you, a human, destroyed it. Harry glanced at Ainz. Through their bond, he felt permission to answer honestly. I didn't destroy it alone. Ainz and I did it together. Our combined power was stronger than the fragment expected. Combined power. Zeshi's voice was skeptical. You merged with an undead. Willingly. And it made you stronger? Yes. Impossible. The living and the dead cannot what? Coexist? Connect? Love? Harry smiled slightly. I've spent my whole life being told things were impossible. Usually right before I did them anyway. Zeshi stared at him. Something flickered in her mismatched eyes, not hostility, but something more complicated. Recognition, maybe. Understanding. You're not what I expected, she said finally. I get that a lot. The theocracy told us humans who consorted with monsters became corrupted. Lost themselves. Became less than human. Zeshi's voice dropped. You don't seem less. You seem more. I am more. But that's not despite my bond with Ainz. It's because of it. Harry stepped forward, closing the distance between them. The theocracy teaches that humanity must stand alone against the darkness. But standing alone just makes you weak. Makes you afraid. Makes you attack anything different because you can't understand it. And your alternative? Connection. Understanding. Finding strength in unity instead of isolation. Harry met her heterochromatic eyes. The World Eater went mad because it was alone for millennia. Your theocracy is heading down the same path. How long before your fear of monsters makes you monstrous? Zeshi flinched. Behind her, the other delegates shifted uncomfortably. You speak of things you don't understand, one of them said, an older man in ornate robes. The theocracy has protected humanity for 600 years. Our methods, your methods nearly destroyed you. Ainz's voice cut through the rising tension. You allied with a parasitic entity because you feared us more than you feared it. That fear cost you your Pontifex Maximus, a third of your special forces, and any moral high ground you might have claimed. We were trying to protect humanity. You were trying to destroy what you couldn't control. Ainz stood, and the room's temperature dropped. But I am not here to lecture. I am here to negotiate. The theocracy wants peace. I am willing to offer it. But there will be conditions. The negotiations continued for hours. Ainz was brilliant, Harry had known that, but watching him work was something else. He made concessions that seemed generous while actually costing nothing. He demanded terms that appeared harsh but left room for future compromise. By the time the session ended, the theocracy had agreed to a non-aggression pact that heavily favored Nazarick while thinking they'd gotten the better deal. Through it all, Harry stayed silent, watching. Learning. Understanding for the first time why Ainz's subordinates considered him a mastermind. When the delegation finally departed, Zeshi lingered. May I speak with you privately? She asked Harry. There are things I wish to discuss that cannot be said before the others. Harry looked at Ainz, felt his husband's assent through the bond. Albedo, escort our other guests to the transport gate. Zeshy Zetsumii will remain for additional discussions. Albedo's expression flickered with disapproval, but she bowed. As you command, Lord Ainz. Once they were alone, or as alone as anyone could be in Nazarick, with guards and surveillance everywhere, Zeshy's formal mask dropped completely. I'm half-elf, she said. You probably know that. Born from a human mother and an elf father who, well. The details don't matter. What matters is that I've spent my entire life being told I'm an abomination. Too elven for the humans. Too human for the elves. Never belonging anywhere. Harry said nothing, sensing she needed to speak more than she needed responses. I served the theocracy because they gave me purpose. A place. They used me as a weapon, but at least I was useful. Zeshy's voice cracked. And then I watched them ally with that fragment. Watched them sell their souls to something evil because they were afraid. And I realized, they never saw me as one of them. I was always just a tool. A monster they could point at other monsters. Why are you telling me this? Because you chose. Zeshy's eyes burned with something fierce. You chose connection over fear. You chose love over survival. You chose to become something new instead of clinging to what you were. She stepped closer. I want that. I want to choose my own path instead of being used by people who see me as a weapon. Harry studied her. Through his bond with Ainz, he could feel his husband's thoughts, suspicion warring with genuine assessment of Zeshy's sincerity. What exactly are you asking? Asylum. The word came out like a confession. Protection. A place where I can figure out who I am without the theocracy defining me. You want to defect. I want to live. Really live, instead of just existing as someone else's sword. Harry was quiet for a moment. Ainz. Bring her to the private meeting room, Ainz said aloud. This requires a longer conversation. The conversation lasted through dinner and into the night. Zeshy told them everything. The theocracy's true hierarchy. Their remaining artifacts and weapons. The locations of their hidden bases. The names of their spies in other nations. She offered it all without being asked, demonstrating trust that could get her killed. If you're playing a long game, Ainz said eventually, it's a remarkably convincing one. I'm not playing anything. Zeshy's voice was exhausted but firm. I've been playing games my entire life. Pretending to be loyal when I felt nothing. Pretending to be content when I was drowning. I'm tired of games. Harry reached out and touched her hand. She flinched, probably not used to casual contact, but didn't pull away. I believe you, he said. Ainz considered for a long moment. Then, very well. You may stay in Nazarick as a guest while we verify your information. If everything checks out, we'll discuss a more permanent arrangement. Thank you. Zeshy's eyes glistened. I won't disappoint you. See that you don't. Ainz stood. Seabass will show you to guest quarters. Rest. You look like you haven't slept in days. Zeshy bowed, a deep, genuine bow, not the formal obeisance of diplomacy, and followed Seabass out. Once she was gone, Harry turned to Ainz. Do you trust her? Not yet. But I believe her desperation is genuine. Ainz's voice was thoughtful. She reminds me of someone. Who? You. The first day you arrived. Trapped, angry, desperate for something to be your choice. Ainz took Harry's hand. You demanded to be seen as a person, not a possession. She's doing the same thing. Harry considered that. You think she'll fit in here? I think she'll either become a valuable ally or an interesting tragedy. Either way, watching her try will be illuminating. That's cold. I'm undead. Cold is rather the point. But Ainz's mental voice held warmth that contradicted his words. Come. We have something more important to discuss. What? Your message to Hermione. I've prepared the communication ritual. If you still want to respond, we can do it tonight. Harry's heart jumped. Really? I promised you could contact your friends. I keep my promises. The ritual chamber was on the 10th floor, in a section Harry had never visited. Massive runic circles covered the floor, walls, and ceiling, all pulsing with dormant power. At the center sat a crystal sphere that seemed to contain stars. The World Eater's knowledge included dimensional communication protocols, Ainz explained, guiding Harry to the sphere. Combined with Nazarick's existing resources, I was able to create this. What exactly does it do? It opens a window between worlds. Not a portal, the power requirements for that would be enormous, but a viewing and speaking link. You can see and talk to whoever holds the corresponding anchor in your world. Corresponding anchor. I sent it with the original message. Hermione should have a matching crystal. Harry touched the sphere. It was warm under his fingers, thrumming with potential. What do I do? Focus on who you want to reach. The sphere will do the rest. Harry closed his eyes. Thought about Hermione. Her bushy hair. Her fierce intelligence. Her unwavering loyalty through every nightmare they'd faced together. The sphere flared. When Harry opened his eyes, Hermione Granger was staring back at him from the crystal's depths. Harry. She looked older than he remembered, or maybe just more tired. Behind her, he could see the familiar walls of Grimmauld Place. Oh my God, Harry, you're alive. I told you I was in the message. Telling and seeing are different. Tears were streaming down her face. We've been so worried. Ron's been researching dimensional magic, Ron, researching, and the Aurors declared you dead last week and, Hermione. Breathe. She laughed through her tears. Right. Yes. Breathing. She wiped her eyes. You look different. You're glowing. Long story. A lot happened since my last message. Tell me everything. So Harry did. He told her about the fragment's destruction. About the fusion ritual. About his evolved magic and the bond he shared with Ainz. About Zeshi and the theocracy negotiations. About the World Eater's final gift of knowledge. Through it all, Hermione listened with that intense focus he remembered so well. So you're basically married to an undead overlord, she said when he finished. And you've become some kind of interdimensional anchor. And you're happy about this? Yeah. I really am. Harry, that's... She shook her head. That's completely mental and also somehow exactly what I'd expect from you. I'll take that as a compliment. You should. Hermione's expression softened. I've never seen you look like this before. Peaceful. Content. Even during the good times at Hogwarts, you always had this weight behind your eyes. It's gone now. Harry hadn't realized it until she said it, but she was right. The constant pressure he'd lived with, the expectations, the prophecy, the sense of being a piece in someone else's game, had vanished. He'd found something to choose, and choosing had set him free. I found my place, he said simply. After all those years of being told who I was supposed to be, I finally found out who I want to be. And that's someone bonded to a skeleton. That's someone who chose a skeleton. Harry smiled. The skeleton just happened to be worth choosing. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, I want to meet him. What? This Ainz person. The one who apparently makes you happier than anything in our world ever did. Her voice was firm. You said you could eventually open portals. When you figure that out, I want to come visit. See this Nazarick place. Meet your husband. Harry felt Ainz's amusement through their bond. She's demanding, the Overlord commented internally. You have no idea, Harry responded. Then, aloud, I'll make it happen. When we've got the portal magic figured out, you'll be first on the guest list. I'd better be. Hermione's stern expression cracked into a grin. Ron's going to be furious he wasn't here for this call. He's at a cannon's game, of all things. Some things never change. No. Some don't. Her voice softened. I miss you, Harry. We all do. But if you're happy, truly happy, then that's what matters. I am. I really am. Then that's enough. She wiped her eyes again. I should let you go. This connection can't be cheap to maintain. Harry glanced at Ainz, who nodded. It's straining the system, Ainz admitted. We'll talk again soon, Harry promised Hermione. Give Ron my love. And tell Ginny, he paused. Tell her I'm sorry. For everything. She knows. Hermione's expression was gentle. She's already moving on, Harry. She knew long before the rest of us that you needed something none of us could give. The connection flickered. Go, Hermione said. Live your life. Choose your choices. And when those portals are ready, you'll be first through. Damn right I will. The crystal went dark. Harry stood in the ritual chamber, feeling something loosen in his chest. A knot he hadn't known was there, finally unraveling. Are you all right? Ainz asked. Better than all right. Harry turned to face his husband. I'm complete. The weeks that followed were some of the best of Harry's existence. Zeshi's information proved accurate, and she was granted permanent residence in Nazarick. She trained with Cositus and Harry, her combat skills complementing their different styles. Slowly, she began to relax, to laugh, to joke, to let her guard down. She's healing, Ainz observed one evening as they watched Zeshi spar with Shaltir in the training grounds. I didn't think it was possible for someone that broken. Everyone can heal. They just need the right environment. Harry leaned against Ainz's shoulder. You gave her that. You give everyone here that. I'm not sure I deserve CR for anything beyond enlightened self-interest. Call it what you want. The result's the same. The political landscape shifted in their favor. The theocracy's weakness had emboldened other nations, and Ainz played them against each other masterfully. By the end of the month, Nazarick's influence had expanded to 3 new territories without a single battle. You're terrifyingly good at this, Harry said after watching Ainz talk a minor kingdom into voluntary vassalage. I learned from watching political dramas. The villains were always more interesting than the heroes. That explains so much about you. Harry's magic continued to evolve. The World Eater knowledge integrated gradually, revealing new abilities when he needed them. He could sense dimensional boundaries now, the thin places where realities overlapped. Could feel the potential for portals, dormant but present. You're ready, Ainz said one night, about 6 weeks after the theocracy negotiations. Your power has stabilized. Your knowledge has integrated. If you want to open a portal to your world, you can. Harry thought about it. About Hermione's eager face in the crystal. About Ron and the Weasleys and everyone he'd left behind. Not yet, he said. There's something I need to do first. What? Show you something. Harry took Ainz's hand. Come with me. He led his husband through Nazarick's corridors, past confused guards and curious servants, all the way to the surface. They emerged under a night sky blazing with unfamiliar stars. I've been learning to read this world's constellations, Harry said. They're completely different from my world's. Different shapes. Different stories. And I realized something. Harry pointed upward. See that one? The locals call it the Eternal Guardian. It's supposed to represent a being that watches over the dead. I'm aware. And that one, he pointed to another constellation, is called the Wandering Star. It represents travelers who find homes in unexpected places. Harry, What is this about? Harry turned to face Ainz. In the starlight, his husband's bones seemed to glow with an inner light. When I first got here, I thought I'd been cursed. Stolen from my life. Trapped in a nightmare. Harry's voice was steady. Now I look up at these stars, and I feel home. Not because I've forgotten where I came from, but because I've found something better. Harry. I love you. The words came easily, naturally, as if he'd been waiting his whole life to say them. I love your wisdom and your doubt. Your strength and your fear. Your cruelty and your kindness. I love all of you, Ainz O'Gown, and I will love you for as long as the stars burn in any sky. Ainz was very still. Then his skeletal arms wrapped around Harry, pulling him close. I don't know if I can love, Ainz whispered. Undead aren't supposed to feel. But if what I feel for you isn't love, then I don't know what word could possibly be strong enough. They held each other under the alien stars, two beings from different worlds, bound by magic and choice and something that transcended both. The stars are watching, Harry murmured. Let them watch. Ainz's voice held warmth that should have been impossible for a skeleton. Let every being in every reality see. I am not ashamed of what we are. Neither am I. They stayed like that for a long time, wrapped in each other, home at last. The next morning, Harry began building the portal. It wasn't easy. Even with the World Eater's knowledge and Nazarick's resources, punching a hole between dimensions required enormous power and precise control. Harry spent weeks in the ritual chamber, drawing diagrams, running calculations, testing partial openings that flickered and died. Ainz helped where he could, but this was Harry's domain now. The interdimensional magic responded to the fragment inside him, recognizing a kindred force. You're pushing yourself too hard, Mare said one day, finding Harry slumped over his notes in exhaustion. You should rest. Can't. Almost got it figured out. Aura says you haven't slept in 3 days. I've slept. Briefly. Occasionally. Mare's expression was stubborn. Lord Ainz is worried about you. That got through. Harry looked up, guilt flickering across his face. He didn't want to say anything, Mare continued. But I can tell. Through the bond, he feels everything you feel. Your exhaustion. Your frustration. Your drive. The dark elf sat down beside Harry. He doesn't want to stop you. He knows this matters to you. But it's hurting him to watch you hurt yourself. Harry closed his eyes. Through the bond, he reached for Ainz, felt his husband's quiet concern, his conflicted desire to intervene, his fear of overstepping. I'm sorry, he said through their connection. I got obsessed. I understand obsession better than most, Ainz replied. But Mare is right. You need to rest. One more day. I'm so close. You've said that for a week. I know. But this time I mean it. The portal's almost stable. One more session, and I'll have it. Ainz's sigh translated through the bond as a wave of resigned affection. One more day. Then you sleep for a week. Deal. Harry turned back to his notes with renewed focus. One more day. One more session. Then he'd bring his two worlds together. The portal opened at sunset. Harry stood in the center of the ritual chamber, arms raised, power pouring through him like a river. The air split, twisted, reformed, and suddenly there was a door where none had been before. Through it, he could see Grimmauld Place's kitchen. And standing in that kitchen, mouth agape, was Hermione Granger. Harry. Her voice came through distorted but clear. Is that, it's stable. Harry laughed, exhilarated. The portal's stable. You can come through. Hermione didn't hesitate. She stepped through the impossible doorway, stumbling slightly as she crossed between realities. And then she was in Nazarick, eyes wide, breathing the air of another world. Oh my God, she whispered. Oh my God. Harry hugged her fiercely. She hugged back just as hard. You're really here, she said into his shoulder. I'm really here. Welcome to Nazarick. Harry pulled back, grinning. Want the tour? Hermione's eyes were already cataloging everything, the runic circles, the magical architecture, the impossible geometry of a tomb built by beings from a video game. Tour first, she said. Then you're telling me everything about how this works. Deal. Harry led her out of the ritual chamber, the portal shimmering behind them, a permanent connection now, bridging two worlds. The first of many, he suspected. Because that was the thing about choosing your own path. Once you started, you couldn't stop. Hermione's visit lasted 3 days. She met Ainz, an encounter that started awkward and ended with them debating magical theory for 6 hours straight. She toured every floor of Nazarick, taking notes in a notebook that rapidly filled with diagrams and questions. She sparred with Cocytus, got drunk with Shaltir, and somehow convinced Demiurge to explain his entire economic theory. She's exhausting, Ainz said on the second night, after Hermione had finally gone to bed. In the best possible way. That's Hermione. She doesn't do anything by halves. I can see why you love her. She's family. Harry leaned against Ainz in their private chambers. The first real family I ever chose. Meeting her and Ron was like finally finding pieces I didn't know I was missing. And now I've found more pieces. Different ones. Harry looked up at his husband. You. Nazarick. Everyone here. I don't have to choose between families anymore. I get to have both. The portals make that possible. The portals make it practical. What makes it possible is you. Harry turned to face Ainz fully. You let me keep my old connections instead of demanding I abandon them. You helped me build a bridge instead of forcing me to choose sides. That's not something I take for granted. I told you once, I want you to be happy. Your happiness requires maintaining those connections. Ainz's voice was soft. Denying you that would make me just another cage. You could never be a cage. I could be. Easily. Ainz's tone was honest. The temptation to keep you entirely for myself, to close every door and window until you had no choice but to stay, it's there. I feel it sometimes, in the dark parts of my nature. But you don't act on it. No. Because loving you means wanting you free. Truly free, to stay or go as you choose. Ainz touched Harry's cheek. Every day you're here because you want to be, not because you have to be, that matters more than any chain could. Harry's heart swelled. This is why I chose you, he said. Not the power. Not the magic. This. The way you fight against your own nature to be better. The way you love even when it scares you. I'm not sure I fight hard enough. You fight hard enough for me. They held each other in the darkness, two improbable beings sharing an impossible love. Outside, the stars of this strange world burned bright. And somewhere across the dimensional gap, Earth stars burned too, connected now, bridged by magic and choice and the stubborn refusal of one young wizard to accept that boundaries were permanent. On the third day, Hermione stood before the portal, ready to return. I'll be back, she said. With Ron next time. He's going to flip when he sees this place. I'll warn Shaltir to go easy on him. Please. He'll probably try to arm wrestle her. Hermione smiled, but her eyes were wet. I'm so proud of you, Harry. You found something I wasn't sure you'd ever find. What's that? Peace. She touched his glowing veins gently. Real peace. Not just the absence of war, but actual contentment. You shine now. Did you know that? Not just the magic, you. From the inside out. Harry didn't know what to say. Be happy, Hermione continued. Keep choosing this life. And when you need us, I know where you are. Exactly. She hugged him one last time. Give my regards to your husband. Give mine to your world. Hermione stepped through the portal and was gone. Harry stood alone in the ritual chamber, feeling the bridge between worlds hum with potential. Not alone, though. Never alone. Through his bond with Ainz, he felt his husband's presence, warm, steady, always there. She's safely through, Ainz said in his mind. The portal's holding stable. Good. I was worried the sustained connection might degrade. Your magic is stronger than you give yourself CR4. A pause. Are you alright? More than alright. Harry turned from the portal, walking toward the door. I'm ready for whatever comes next. Even though we don't know what that is. Especially because we don't know. Harry smiled. That's what makes it an adventure. Ainz's mental laughter echoed through their bond. And Harry walked forward into his future, chosen, loved, and finally, irrevocably free. Chapter 7, The Price of Forever. The debt collector came on a Tuesday. Harry was in the training grounds with Cositus, working through advanced sword forms, when reality cracked. Not broke, cracked, like ice under pressure, spreading fractures across the air itself. What? Cositus started. Then the sky split open. Not the sky of the sixth floor's artificial environment, the actual sky, somehow visible through layers of stone and magic, torn apart by something forcing its way through from outside reality. Harry's bond with Ainz screamed with alarm. Throne room, Ainz's voice thundered through the mental link. Now. Harry ran. The corridors of Nazarick were chaos. Servants fled in every direction. Alarms blared from every surface. The very walls seemed to shake as something massive pressed against the fabric of existence. He burst into the throne room to find Ainz already there, surrounded by every floor guardian. The magical displays showed impossible readings, energy signatures off every scale, dimensional barriers failing across multiple points. What is it? Harry demanded. The fragment. Ainz's voice was ice. Or what's left of it. We destroyed its manifestation, but we didn't destroy its core. It retreated. Rebuilt. And now, the ceiling exploded. Not inward, outward, reality itself bending as something pushed through from a direction that shouldn't exist. Harry saw it for one horrible moment, a mass of darkness and hunger, eyes upon eyes, larger than the fragment had ever been. Not a fragment anymore. The World Eater itself. Reconstituted. Whole. Impossible. Demiurge's composure shattered. We destroyed it. The fusion should have, the fusion destroyed what was here. The World Eater's voice shook the foundations of Nazarick. But I am not merely what was here. I am what was everywhere. Every contract I ever made. Every debt ever owed. Every fragment scattered across every reality. You destroyed one piece. I have billions. Harry felt his knees weaken. All their progress. All their victories. Meaningless against something this vast. You cannot win. The World Eater descended, its mass filling the throne room, pressing against reality until the walls began to crack. I have waited millennia for this moment. The Potter bloodline. The Overlord's absorbed essence. Together, you contain the last pieces I need to achieve totality. Once I consume you both, no force in any reality will be able to stop me. You're monologuing, Harry said. His voice came out steadier than he felt. That's usually a mistake. Is it? The World Eater laughed. What will you do, little wizard? Fight me? You've seen what I am now. Felt my true scope. Your fusion gave you power, yes, but power is nothing compared to what I have become. Ainz stepped forward. Then why haven't you attacked? Silence. If you're truly as powerful as you claim, Ainz continued, his voice calm despite the impossible threat before them, why waste time with words? Why not simply consume us and be done? The World Eater's countless eyes narrowed. Because even at my strength, consuming you would cost me. Your bond, that ridiculous connection you forged, it's created something I didn't anticipate. A resistance. A shield. The creature's voice held grudging respect. Destroying you by force would damage what I'm trying to claim. I would prefer you surrender willingly. And if we refuse? Then I destroy Nazarick. Every being within it. Every stone, every spell, every memory. I burn it all to ash and take what remains of you from the wreckage. The World Eater pressed closer. Your subordinates cannot stop me. Your defenses cannot stop me. The only things that could potentially stop me are the two of you, working together, at the absolute peak of your combined power. So we fight, Harry said. So you die. The World Eater's smile was horrible. But you're welcome to try. Harry looked at Ainz. Ainz looked at Harry. Through their bond, a conversation happened in an instant. We can't beat this thing conventionally, Harry said. No. But we're not conventional anymore. Ainz's mental voice held something unexpected, not fear, not despair, but calculation. The World Eater is right about one thing. Our bond creates resistance. It can't consume us easily. But it can't be destroyed either, not while the bond exists. So what do? We use what it fears. Ainz's mind brushed against Harry's, sharing a concept, a possibility, a desperate gamble. The original World Eater went mad from isolation. It became a parasite because it forgot how to connect. What if we remind it? How? By showing it what it lost. By forcing it to feel what we feel. Ainz's determination blazed through their connection. The bond isn't just defense. It's a weapon. If we can extend it, push our connection into the World Eater, we could overwhelm it with everything it's been missing for millennia. It's a risk. If we fail, it consumes us instantly. But if we succeed, we don't just defeat it. We transform it. They made the decision together. Not as two separate beings, but as one unified will. Floor Guardians, Ainz said aloud. Fall back. Evacuate everyone you can. This is not your fight. Lord Ainz. Albedo's voice cracked. We cannot abandon you. You're not abandoning us. You're trusting us. Ainz's voice softened. You've served me faithfully for 3 centuries. Now I need you to serve me one more time, by living. By surviving. By being there to rebuild if we fail. And if you succeed? Cocytus asked. Then you'll have a very different Nazarick to come home to. Harry stepped forward, taking Ainz's hand. Either way, the world changes today. The Floor Guardians exchanged looks. 300 years of loyalty warred with 300 years of trust. Go, Ainz commanded. That is my final order. One by one, they bowed. One by one, they left. Until only Harry and Ainz remained, facing the World Eater alone. How touching, the creature sneered. Sending away your protectors so you can die with dignity. It won't save them. Once I've consumed you, they're next. You talk too much, Harry said. Has anyone ever told you that? Many. None of them survived long enough to repeat the criticism. Harry squeezed Ainz's hand. Ready? Always. They reached for their bond, not just touched it, but grabbed it. Pulled it wide open. Let everything they were flow between them without restriction or reserve. Love. Fear. Hope. Pain. Every memory, every emotion, every moment they'd shared since Harry arrived in Nazarick. The power built. What are you doing? The World Eater's voice held the first hint of uncertainty. That won't help you. Your bond makes you stronger, but we're not trying to get stronger, Harry said. We're trying to share, Ainz finished. And they pushed. The bond exploded outward. Not as an attack, as an invitation. A connection, offered freely, extending toward the World Eater with everything Harry and Ainz had built together. The creature recoiled. No. I don't want your pathetic, but it was too late. The bond touched it. And the World Eater felt. For one infinite moment, Harry experienced existence from the World Eater's perspective. Billions of years of isolation. Countless realities crossed, none of them offering connection. Every contract made out of desperation, the creatures and its victims, because genuine bonds had become impossible. The slow corruption from helper to parasite, from connector to consumer, all because loneliness had become unbearable. The World Eater had once been beautiful. Had once been good. Had once been everything it was now trying to destroy. And then the connection flowed both ways. The World Eater experienced Harry's life. Every loss. Every friend. Every moment of love found and love tested. The way connection made pain bearable. The way bonds gave meaning to existence. It experienced Ainz's centuries. The loneliness that mirrored its own. The desperate clinging to subordinates who couldn't truly understand. And then, Harry. The first genuine connection in 300 years. The first person who saw beneath the mask. The World Eater experienced their bond. Not just its power, its texture. The way it felt to trust completely. To love without reservation. To choose someone else's happiness as equal to your own. Everything the creature had lost. Everything it had forgotten. Everything it had been trying to steal because it couldn't remember how to build. The scream that tore from the World Eater wasn't rage. It was grief. I remember. The World Eater's form was changing. The mass of shadow and eyes was dissolving, reforming, becoming something else. Something that looked almost human, or would have, if humans were made of starlight and tears. I remember what I was. What I could have been. What I chose to destroy because I couldn't bear feeling it anymore. Harry and Ainz stood together, exhausted, their bond still extended toward the transforming entity. You don't have to destroy anymore, Harry said. Connection is still possible. Even after everything. Even after millennia of corruption. You showed me that. The World Eater, no, not that name anymore, something new was being born, looked at them with eyes that held wonder instead of hunger. You showed me what I lost. And it hurts. It hurts more than consuming ever did. Pain is part of connection, Ainz said. The price we pay for caring about anything beyond ourselves. Is it worth it? Harry thought about everyone he'd lost. His parents. Sirius. Remus. Dumbledore. Fred. Countless others who had died in the war. He thought about the grief that never fully faded, the scars that never fully healed. Then he thought about Ainz. About their bond. About what he'd found in Nazarick. Yes, he said. It's worth it. The entity that had been the World Eater was silent for a long moment. Then it began to cry. Not a destructive wail, actual tears, streaming from eyes that were learning to feel again. The massive form shrank, compressed, until what remained was something human-sized. Human-shaped. A being of light and shadow, beautiful and terrible, kneeling before Harry and Ainz. The debt, it whispered. The contract. All of it was me trying to force what I'd forgotten how to ask for. We know, Ainz said gently. I can't undo what I've done. The contracts I made. The beings I consumed. They're part of me now, their pain, their desperation, all of it. No one's asking you to undo it. Harry knelt before the entity, meeting eyes that swirled with galaxies. But you can choose what you do next. What would you have me do? Harry thought about it. About the dimensional bridges he'd learned to build. About the World Eater's original purpose, connecting realities, helping travelers, facilitating communication across the cosmos. Help, he said. Instead of consuming, help. Build bridges instead of debts. Connect instead of claim. I don't know if I remember how. Then learn. Ainz joined Harry, kneeling before the transformed being. We'll help you. If you're willing. The entity looked between them. At the bond they shared. At the connection they'd forced it to experience. You would do that? After everything I've done? Everything I tried to do to you? We're not saying we forgive you, Harry said honestly. What you did, what you were, caused immeasurable suffering. That doesn't just disappear. But we believe in change, Ainz added. In the possibility of becoming something better. We've both done things we regret. Made choices we wish we could unmake. What matters is what we choose now. The entity was quiet for a long moment. Then it reached out and touched both of them, Harry's cheek, Ainz's skull. I can feel your bond, it whispered. So bright. So warm. I had forgotten warmth existed. It still does. For everyone. Even you. Even me. The entity smiled, a real smile, tentative and wondering. I will try. I will learn. And perhaps, in time, I will earn a connection of my own. Perhaps you will. The entity began to rise, form becoming more stable, more coherent. No longer a monster. Not quite a person. Something in between, something new. The contracts I hold, it said. The debts that bind. I release them. All of them. Every being I ever claimed, every bloodline I ever bound, they are free. Magic pulsed outward. Harry felt his own contract, the one that had started everything, dissolve completely. Not satisfied or transformed. Simply gone. Including yours, the entity said. You are no longer bound by debt. If you stay together now, it is purely by choice. Harry looked at Ainz. Ainz looked at Harry. The bond between them remained, not because a contract demanded it, but because they demanded it. Two beings who had chosen each other freely, completely, permanently. We choose this, Harry said. Always, Ainz agreed. The entity nodded, something like peace settling over its features. Then I will leave you to your lives. I have much to atone for. Many realities to revisit. Many wrongs to attempt, however inadequately, to right. Will we see you again? Perhaps. When I've earned the right to call myself something other than a monster. The entity turned toward the crack in reality, the tear it had made entering Nazarick. What will you call me? I no longer deserve my old name. Harry thought about it. About what the entity had been. What it had become. What it hoped to be. Bridge, he said. That's what you were supposed to be. What you can be again. Bridge. The entity, Bridge, smiled. Yes. I think I like that. It stepped toward the tear, paused, looked back. Thank you, Bridge said. For showing me there was another way. For proving that connection is stronger than consumption. For being yourselves, even when everything demanded you be less. Thank you for listening, Harry replied. For being willing to change. Bridge nodded once. Then it passed through the tear, and reality sealed behind it. The throne room was silent. Harry and Ainz stood alone, the crisis passed, the world changed forever. Did we just? Harry started. Reform an ancient cosmic horror through the power of emotional connection? Ainz finished. Apparently, yes. They looked at each other. And burst out laughing. The floor guardians returned to find their master sitting on the throne room floor, still laughing, tears streaming down Harry's face. Lord Ainz. Albedo's voice was hesitant. Is everything, all right? Everything is perfect, Ainz managed. The threat is ended. The contracts are dissolved. And apparently, love conquers all. Love conquers all, Demiurge repeated flatly. That was the strategy. That was the strategy. Demiurge's expression went through several phases before settling on reluctant admiration. Of course it was. Only Lord Ainz could devise a plan that uses emotional warfare as a weapon against a conceptual entity. It wasn't just me. Ainz pulled Harry to his feet. It was both of us. Together. As it should be, Cocytus said. Warriors fight alongside their partners. That is the way of honor. So the World Eater is. Shaltir trailed off. Gone. Transformed. It's something else now, something called Bridge. It's going to try to atone for what it did. Harry leaned against Ainz, exhausted but content. I don't know if it'll succeed. But at least it's trying. And the contracts? Albedo asked. The bonds it held over countless beings. Released. All of them. Ainz's voice was soft. Including mine with Harry. We're together now purely by choice. Albedo's expression flickered, pain, acceptance, something that might have been peace. Then I am happy for you, she said. And somehow, she actually meant it. The aftermath took weeks to sort through. Word spread across the world, and beyond, that the World Eater was no more. Beings who had been bound by ancient contracts found themselves suddenly free. Some celebrated. Some mourned the structure that had defined their lives. Some sought out Nazarick, wanting to understand what had happened. Harry and Ainz met with them. Explained. Helped where they could. And through it all, their bond remained, not as a chain, but as a choice. Every day, they chose each other again. Every day, that choice meant more than any contract ever could. Hermione visited 3 times in the first month, bringing news from Earth and taking notes on dimensional magic. Ron came on the second visit, stared at Nazarick in slack-jawed amazement, and somehow ended up friends with Cocytus over a shared love of strategic thinking. Your friends are strange, Ainz observed after Ron's visit. Your subordinates are stranger. Fair point. Zeshi found her place in Nazarick's hierarchy, eventually becoming a training partner for both Harry and Shaltir. The half-elf warrior who had come seeking asylum became something like family, another broken piece finding where it fit. You've built something here, she told Harry one day. Something I didn't think was possible. A place where monsters and humans and everything in between can just be. It's not perfect, Harry said. Nothing ever is. No. But it's home. And that's enough. 1 year after the World Eater's transformation, Harry stood on the surface of Nazarick, looking up at the stars. Ainz appeared beside him, moving silently, taking his hand. What are you thinking about? Everything. Nothing. Harry squeezed his husband's fingers. A year ago, I was sitting in Grimmauld Place, staring at cold tea, wondering if my life would ever mean anything again. And now? Now I'm married to a skeleton, ruling a tomb full of monsters, and apparently responsible for rehabilitating cosmic horrors. Harry laughed. My life is insane. Regrets? Not one. Harry turned to face Ainz fully. Every choice I've made since arriving here, even the ones that seemed like disasters at the time, led me to this moment. To you. To us. The philosophers would say we lack free will. That our choices were predetermined by our natures, our circumstances, our histories. The philosophers can stuff it. Harry grinned. We chose each other. That's all that matters. Ainz made that sound that was almost a laugh. You are remarkably consistent in your irreverence. One of my many charms. They stood together under the alien stars, skeleton and wizard, ruler and consort, husband and husband. What happens now? Harry asked. The immediate threats are dealt with. The political situation is stable. For the first time since I got here, we're not in crisis mode. Now. Ainz considered. Now we build. Expand. Explore the dimensional bridges you've created. Visit new worlds. Find new challenges. Together. Always together. Ainz pulled Harry close. That's rather the point. Harry rested his head against Ainz's chest, an odd sensation, given the lack of heartbeat, but comforting all the same. I love you, he said. Have I mentioned that recently? Several times today. But I never tire of hearing it. I love you. And I love you. Ainz's voice held warmth that should have been impossible for an undead. My impossible wizard. My chosen partner. My home. The stars burned overhead, different from the stars of Harry's birth world but no less beautiful. Somewhere out there, Bridge was working to undo millennia of harm. Somewhere out there, new realities waited to be discovered. But here, now, in this moment, two beings who had found each other against all odds. Two hearts, one beating, one metaphorical, that beat as one. Two lives, intertwined, facing forever together. Harry smiled. So, he said. What adventure do you want to have tomorrow? Ainz's red eyes gleamed with anticipation. All of them, he said. Every single one. And hand in hand, they walked back into Nazarick, into their home, their kingdom, their future. Together. As it was always meant to be. Epilogue, 5 years later the dimensional hub was Harry's proudest achievement. Built at the center of Nazarick's new wing, it connected to 17 different realities, including Earth, where Hermione now served as official ambassador to the magical world. The hub hummed with constant traffic, travelers, diplomats, researchers, and occasionally lost souls who stumbled through by accident. Harry stood at its center, directing traffic with the ease of long practice. Earth arrivals through Gate 3. New World departures at Gate 7. And whoever brought a live dragon through Gate 12, please report to containment immediately. You're enjoying this entirely too much, Ainz observed from his observation post. I really am. Harry grinned up at his husband. 5 years ago, I thought dimensional travel was impossible. Now I run an interdimensional airport. You run a catastrophe in constant motion. Same thing, really. Ainz descended to join him, skeletal form now adorned with robes that shifted colors based on his mood, a gift from Hermione's latest research into magical textiles. The Re-STI's delegates are arriving in an hour, Ainz reminded him. And Bridge sent a message. It's located another world affected by the old contracts and wants permission to begin rehabilitation work. Granted. What else? Cositus wants to schedule a training session. Mayor has questions about the new flora in the 6th floor. And Albedo. Ainz paused. What about Albedo? She's requested leave. To explore. She says watching you and I has made her want to find her own connection. Harry smiled. Good for her. She deserves it. I told her the same thing. They watched the hub operate around them, the flow of beings from countless worlds, all of them connected now, all of them part of something larger than themselves. You know, Harry said, when I first arrived here, I thought you'd taken everything from me. And now? Now I realize you gave me everything instead. Harry took Ainz's hand. Purpose. Belonging. Love. A family bigger than I ever imagined. The family is rather unconventional. The best families are. Ainz leaned down, pressing his skull to Harry's forehead in that gesture that had become their kiss. Thank you, the Overlord whispered. For choosing me. For continuing to choose me, every single day. Thank you for being worth choosing. Around them, the hub buzzed with life and possibility. New worlds to explore. New connections to forge. New adventures waiting at every turn. But at the center of it all, two beings stood together, bound not by debt or magic or circumstance, but by something far stronger. Choice. Love. Forever.